Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mario.
What up, though, everybody? Good to be back, man. Good to see everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
We got Rick.
Mario, I miss you, man. Oh, Lord.
Oh my God. Always great to have these guys. And of course, we got Maya.
Good, Mom.
Look, she talking about Quan and her stuff got frozen. Movie City, you was frozen.
No. Hey, y'all. I was like, wait, is that me or is that them? Surely it's them, but no, clearly it's me. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, her stuff been struggling. Hey, question. Did y'all like the new intro, Daddy?
I'm about to say that thing was nice, man.
Yeah.
Sound
The
good, bro.
visuals, yeah.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm trying to do a little something, man. You know, we're trying to come up
It
with
looked
just a little
good,
bit.
man. Saw my boy Christian Salego on tenor saxophone.
Yeah, man.
Graduating from Rutgers this year.
Absolutely,
It
man.
was
I-
for me.
I tried to, you know, with this little background daddy I got going on here, man, I tried to put something that represented every single one of us. So,
And
You
much
know,
appreciated.
yeah, man, you know, I got to show love, you know, to the people who show love to me all the time, right? I don't know why she's shaking her head like that. Anyway, man, so
Much
the
obliged.
first, what?
She said much obliged.
Much
Oh,
obliged.
oh, I thought you said I lied. I'm about to say, what I lie about? All right.
No, much obliged.
Got you. Well, you know, anytime. So, first thing I want to go ahead and get out of the way is
All night long, I would say that.
go ahead. You good?
Can I get the Yeah,
Y'all
man.
gonna know, people. We gonna tell you what we talk about.
Right. We'll get y'all hooked in. man.
But yeah, man. First thing I want to say, man, is I know a lot of people was like, man, it's about to be Thanksgiving. They ain't going live. It's good now. We going live, man. We gonna keep it consistent. We gonna be as consistent as possible. So if you're in this room right now, if you're just logging in, please make sure that you go ahead and smash that like button. Let's get these likes up early, so I won't have to ask you to do it throughout the rest of the night. Also, please make sure that you go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the network. All right. One thing I want to do too is I want to say thank you to all the subscribers that we have, man, or we have coming in. I appreciate all the subscribers that we have, man. The numbers are coming up, man, and I'm so happy for it. We've been rocking. We ain't been rocking for 6 months yet, and we are about to hit that 200 threshold, man. So I appreciate all the subscribers and everybody who continue to tune into us, lock into us, and keep supporting us, man. So much love. Keep those subscriptions going up, and also hit that bell, turn on notifications. All right. Cool. All right, let's do it. Anybody watch any bands this past weekend?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, go ahead, Mario.
I know what you. No, I already know what you're about to talk about. So I
Yeah.
want you to go ahead and talk about that Young and Restless. Go ahead.
Bruh. I'm about to ruffle feathers off top, and I don't. Y'all know I don't care. I get called everything from a hater to everything in the world. Here we go. I had been a little let down by some of the things I had heard from FAMU this year, man. In particular, some of the battles they had against some of these SWAC schools, because I felt like they were not bending to what the SWAC schools did, but just changing approach. When they played Southern, I heard trumpets screaming and hanging over. Like it was just all these other things. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say this: That Young and the Restless is the song of the year. That is the most beautiful piece of music I've heard from an HBCU in probably about 10 years. Just kudos to them. The one thing I will say, and this was coming from Julian and from my boy Rashad that we marched with at Norfolk State. Shout out Rashad, but I think they're right. The only hang up I have with it is that it wasn't outside in the open air. It was in the tunnel.
That's the only thing I was going to say
That's the only
too.
thing. Yeah.
They
So
had
it
to
didn't.
dump
You
the-
didn't get
yeah.
right because you wouldn't get that same reverberation of the woodwinds like
Right.
outside. But boy, the woodwinds,
In
Jesus
tune, brother.
Christ,
In
bro.
tune.
They hit
In
that
tune.
measure 5 when the woodwinds came in, and that doggone piccolo section was matching and it was a lot of piccolo. They got like 15, 16 minute piccolo, and that thing was straight up and down. I was like,
Yeah.
when that note came in, I was like, this is about to be good. I was like, this is
Yeah.
about to
Yeah.
be awesome.
Yeah.
So for
I was
all you people
impressed,
that
bro.
love the roux of the baritone and all that. There's this mythical thing in band called balance and blend. And by listening to that piece, you will get a clinic in balance and blend. I understand that playing a baritone as loud as possible sounds loud, but the fact of the matter is, when everybody's playing at the same volume level and it's clear and defined, it's a better musical experience for those of us that actually know what music is. Um, Stop muting my mic, dude. But anyway, he muted my mic. Yeah, he was hating.
I didn't mute, bro. I didn't mute anybody. I'm actually no, I
You
didn't.
muted me. But anyway,
I probably did it on my other computer. Let me move it. All right, there we go.
oh, excuse me, Big Money got 2 computers. I only got 1. But anyway,
I got to do the work, bro.
We were playing Duck Hunt.
Right. But yeah, bro, I'm going out on a limb and saying that's probably the most,
I had no response.
hey, that's probably the most beautiful HBCU piece that I've heard in a long time. And while just talking about it, it's been a couple of pieces over the last couple of years that have stuck out to me. I called Julian about all of them. One of them is when Jackson State played Circle of Life. I thought they executed at an extremely high level. Like, it was super impressive. And they only played it like a couple of times. I'm like, hey, man, keep playing that. Loki, was getting a lot of hype at the beginning.
Tennessee State.
Right. There's been a lot of great pieces that HBCUs are trying to really change the sound. And it's very, very appealing. And I appreciate it. And FAMU, you get the thumbs up, man. That thing was killing. Julian, I wish you could play it.
Yeah, I would say that joint was fire, man. I ain't going, man. It was fire.
Maya, did you hear that Young and the Restless? Sure, I can play it. It's on my face. Go to my Facebook page, Julian, because I put it right at the top. That thing is killing.
But
go ahead, Chief. My bad.
Yeah, I'm about to say, go ahead and
no, man. I totally agree, man, about that clip. I was really impressed. As far as whether or not, what up, Quan? What up, though, bro?
What's up, people?
Yeah, man.
The internet.
Like on a walkie-talkie.
got it.
No, man. Right. He like me from last time. Yeah, see, he about to go to the mute the video out, daddy. No, man, but I thought just on another note, I saw the Alabama State and Texas Southern 5th quarter. I didn't see anything from the game. I don't know the clips. I just couldn't see. But I maybe I'm going out on a limb. I don't think Alabama State took an L this year.
Well, we do. That's Wednesday.
I agree with you, Mario, but I'm gonna say something that I thought I would never say. I just got to put it out there, Mario. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And Julian, you might drop your jaw on this one. If Alabama State wasn't the most improved band this year, it would be Texas Southern. Like, I'm hearing some clips from Texas.
No, I don't disagree.
I disagree.
But
most improved?
Yeah.
I say if it wasn't Alabama.
If it wasn't Alabama State?
No, I disagree.
Who would you go with number?
Kentucky State.
But Kentucky State has been good.
Kentucky State was no.
They didn't sound like that last year, bro.
Yes, they did.
Tell me.
Yes,
they did.
Who was talking about Kentucky State last year?
The battle, the virtual battle that they had last year. It was that three-way battle against Langston, them, and Mississippi Valley. They was killing, bro. Killing.
Maybe I'm late to the party because I heard them last year and they ain't sound like that to me. Maybe I'm late to the party
for years, bro.
Maybe I'm late to the party, man. But I was really impressed with them.
I don't know about no years.
I do feel you on the Texas Southern thing, though. I think I will say this about Texas Southern. I think they improved. To me, they've been like up and down over the course of the year. Like I felt like that Texas Southern at Prairie View was, to me, the best Texas Southern I heard outside of seeing them against Alabama State. I felt like they kind of brought it back a little bit. You know what I mean? Like to that. Because other times that I heard them this year, I don't feel like they were their best sales. Like that against Southern, they were not good. They were just not good. So like I felt like they've been up and down. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I would take away from Texas Southern. But that's what happens with young bands.
Yeah.
New band director, changing culture, people fighting back a bit. You know what I mean? Musically, they just kind of want to go back to what they used to. So I feel you on that. I mean, if it wasn't Kentucky State, obviously it would be Texas Southern. There's no other band that would even be in that conversation.
Well, I don't know, man, because I don't
Who
know
would you say?
because maybe Hampton. And I know you were with them, man, but
so I will tell you this. Hampton to me sound like Hampton last year. I heard Hampton last year, and I heard Hampton and I felt like they're similar to who they sound wise. They're similar to how they were. Size wise, they're about the same. It's not much larger of a group. And I just heard them live in a person, but I'll get to that a little later. But I'll kind of point that whole situation out.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the biggest thing too, y'all, is that everybody was questioning what's Brian gonna be able to do with Texas Southern. What's he gonna do? I don't know Brian personally. I don't have an opinion, either way about that brother. But what I will say is he's proven that he belongs in the conversation, bro. Like Texas Southern is a better band. If you listen to clips of them from the past 5-10 years, they are better now than they have been. I wish he would dial those baritones back, but
I said the same thing, bro. I just had a conversation with Clifford Cox. Shout out to Clifford Cox. It's my boy from Detroit. He's assistant band director at Hampton. And I was just saying they need another 15 bones and like 20 trumpets to balance out to be able to have any level of balance with that. It's just so powerful. It's like, I'm I was Group King in college, bro. Like I have a love for it, but I never wanted us to be more dominant than the trumpet section.
Right. But the thing is,
it don't even sound right.
So it's two things. As I'm doing everything else that I'm listening, there's two things that I want to say. The first thing I want to say is, as of right now, within the past couple of years, Texas Southern has just become synonymous for having that baritone section. So for them to be dialed back, I think it would go against whatever they're quote unquote known for at this point. But the other thing is, there's one band that's left out of the conversation, and I actually think that they need to be in the conversation, even though they haven't gotten as much burn this year. Langston.
Right.
I would call Langston the most improved band of last year.
Nah, this year.
Because Gordon has been really, like, we got to remember that Gordon transition happened, 3-4 years ago now? Like, right after I moved, Gordon went there. Or before I moved.
It was before.
Yeah. So this is something that's been like in them. I would say they're the most improved band of last year.
Wouldn't you want to see a battle? Wouldn't you want to see a battle with Langston and Kentucky State? That'd be dope.
Langston now, yes. I think
this year's Langston. Yeah.
Langston now.
This year's Langston. Yeah, this year's Langston.
The thing about it is Mark Gordon, I know him personally. I consider him a good friend. Not just a good friend. Mark is one of those people, man. He's already an exceptionally talented dude, man. Like the dude has an ear like out of this world, man. He runs a lot of things. But on top of that, he is one of those guys. He wants his band to be successful. Y'all see Tiffany in the background.
Hey, yeah, she lurking. Yeah. What up, Tiff?
How you doing, sis?
Hi guys.
But
what up, sis?
Hi,
girl. But yeah, man, I think he's one of those guys. He's gonna do whatever it takes to make his band successful. So, I'm gonna always give kudos to my dog. Like Mark, kudos to you, bro. Your band. You got there were 20 people in the band, and now he's close to 200. Like that speaks to that brother's talent, man, and what he brings to the table. Right now, I think that, if he can get another 40, 50 people in there and get the people around his band, that's going to really help it take it to the next level.
They're going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Listen, bro, that little high school joint that they had, I'm telling you right now, he's going to get the numbers based on that. I don't know if you saw that video.
I did.
From that high school.
700 people up in there, John. Right?
Man, he's gonna get the numbers. I think he's gonna get the numbers plus.
And the thing about it too is his school supports what he's doing, bro. They bought him in to do that. Because remember, the year they bought him in was the year they were facing Southern.
That was
it. And that one year, he grew the band by like 70 people. Like when they played Southern, they had like 120. I'm sitting there like, bro. Matter of fact, I talked to him that week. Like that brother is talented, man. So Mark Gordon. The band director at Kentucky State, I don't know your name, but you doing great work. Brian Simmons, bro. You brothers on it. Quan got a big ass
Oh,
meal.
smash it, boy.
Right.
Hello.
God, man.
All right. So, Maya, there was something I did want to bring up very quickly before we start getting into the topics. So, and we talked about this in the after hours, but I got to bring it up. The short-haired meat from Jackson State, they put her in the front, and I was like, all right, they put her in the front, and I don't know if she did good or not. I just was happy to see that she was in the front, not the little short chick. So, what was your opinions and thoughts on that?
I thought it was amazing. Like, so Kenji, so what I did not know, I thought she was a junior. If I'm not mistaken, she's a senior. So she's on her way out anyways. But from what I've collected, so I think Amber was sick. Amber is the captain of the J-Sets. I believe she was sick or something happened, which is why she was unable to attend. But I mean, honestly, like, I don't think they lacked anything. Like, I think she picked up right where she needed to do. I think that she did executed well. I think that her count selection was tremendous. Not only she had a good judgment of, she knows her music, or from my perspective, I think she knows her music very well. She did a good mix of old school counts, newer counts, and I mean, I don't know. I think she had the sass to go with it. I think she had the presentation. Had I not known that Amber was captain, and that was my first time seeing any clips of them this season without knowing any prior information, I would have like, oh, like this, they captain. Like, to me, she did an amazing job, and an absolutely amazing job, especially like coming in and having to put yourself in that situation off top. Now, I don't know how far ahead maybe she knew or did not know, but that reminds me of me in, what year was that, 2011? Either 2011 or 2012, when we got off the bus, my captain was like, you leading this game. And I was like, huh? So, needless to say, like, she did exactly what she needed to do. I have absolutely no complaints. I was with it all the way. And I could definitely see her in the front. If I'm not mistaken, if this is not her senior year, I would definitely say she's in a great running for next year's captain, if she's not already on her way out.
So I did have a question. She was DD4L girl, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So I guess that's why everybody kind of really knows her, because was she on the show?
Yeah. Yes, that's where she got the majority of her fan base from.
Okay.
Christiana is on the Golden Girls right now. I forget I believe there's two twins, Sky and Star. I forget what the other twin's name is, but one of them is on Golden Girls. Both of them were on Golden Girls last year and the year before, I believe. But right now, I believe it's just Sky. And there's a couple more who were dancing dolls in terms of Jackson, not Southern, that are across HBCU teams right now as well. I just can't think of them right now, but yeah.
See, that's why I appreciate you, because you get to school us on all this stuff. I was just curious.
Isn't that dancing doll the one by that lady they made TBS, and she's
the dark skinned lady,
Miss Diana Williams. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
she went to Jackson State.
Oh, okay.
She just wasn't a J-Set.
Why not?
I don't know. I from what I've understood, I know this is tried out. I don't know the basis.
We don't want to get into. Well, I mean, we can get into it. Just. No.
I mean, it would be hearsay because nobody actually knows. I've heard some things, but I'm not going to publicize it because, I mean, that's just starting a mess that we have no idea about.
Got you. All right, cool. Well, first of all, let me just go ahead and say this early. I apologize, Rick, to you, brother. You know, I love you. You know, you're like a big brother to me. I just have to truly start off by apologizing to you. I know this happens regularly, but we just got to do it again. So let's welcome Dante to the show.
God. That's my dog. So what's up, Dante? All these damn alphas.
What's up, everybody?
Dante, what's up, my dog? Man, that's my boy, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, you see, I gave you the warning off top, and I apologize.
So I'm sitting there looking like, what is he apologizing for?
Rick, we out here, bro. We out here.
Hey, you already know, man.
Hey, he just don't have no Q friends. That's what it is. Other than me,
I have no Q friends, bro. All the boys you know that are Qs that I know.
Hella Qs.
Right. If
Maria
I
Cofield,
went
y'all
to
know
Norfolk
this
State.
Come on.
Cofield be weak. He don't want to come on.
I'm about to say, where Cofield been? Like, well, man,
He be
Cofield, get on the show, man. Stop
Why
being weak.
don't you ask? I forget his name.
Yeah, we forget.
He used to come to band camp with us. You brought him with you. I think he's your chapter
Well,
rep too.
Alex, my
Yeah.
chapter.
Blake?
Yeah, I call Blake. We see if we can get him on next week.
Yeah,
Only reason.
Yeah.
I
So,
gotta have
was
some
I was actually, I got to reach out to Blake for. Hey, Blake, man, I need your help, bro.
Maya, you okay?
be far
Hot and
removed from
bothered,
band.
Maya?
She like Blake? Oh, my bad.
No, I did not say that.
No.
That man is
My
in a
bad.
committed relationship with a beautiful black woman, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, his girl is a beauty queen, bro. She literally
that.
Yeah.
She came after you. She came
Like
after
absolutely,
you.
like drop dead gorgeous. Like
Yeah,
My
I'm not
bad.
even going. Yeah. All right.
my
Ain't
brother
he always
Alex
married,
Blake.
bro? Ain't he always married, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And
I gotta
he-
get-
That's
I gotta
your
get hip.
MD brother. Dig it,
Yeah.
dig it, dig out. Throw it
Yes,
up.
sir.
And hit the grip, daddy.
Digga, digga, digga. He said, digga, digga, digga.
Something about Maria. She's
She's
Garden tool.
a woman of the
Garden
night.
tool.
Yes.
Yeah. Maria for the streets.
There you go.
Hey,
There you
dog,
go.
actual Maria, she go one day, she gonna come back and whip all y'all.
I done told you,
Like
mother,
60
stop
now.
saying my name.
Right.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and get this thing started, man. So if you just tuned in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. As soon as you come in, go ahead and smash that like button. Let's go ahead and get these likes up. Remember, we want the likes to match the number of people that we have viewing. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, go ahead and smash it right now. Also, please make sure that if you're on the YouTube page, subscribe to the network. Go ahead and subscribe to the network. Click that bell and turn on notifications. All right, let's go ahead and get it started. Let's go ahead and get this first topic going. I know y'all ready to go. So let's see which way we want to go first. Let's start off a little bit easy. Hopefully this is easy.
Let's start off with Billy Ray Pretty.
We gonna leave that alone. All right. So the season is winding down, right? We're getting close to the We're getting close to the end of the season. Have we made any advancements in the culture? Have we made any advancements in the culture? Chief, let's go ahead and start it off.
I knew you was gonna call me first, man. So it's I think it's a tough thing to answer. I think in the terms of anytime that we can have young African Americans and other ethnicities celebrate HBCU bands and culture, that is always a positive. And I consider that, to me, an advancement, because we were in a space a year and a half ago where bands couldn't perform. So I think it's always a positive spin on it when you look at it from the standpoint of bands being able to perform in general. Like the fact that we're out here, bands are getting larger in record numbers. We're seeing, talking about growth of programs. You're starting to see other younger band directors. I think that's definitely a big advancement, because you're seeing band directors, because usually it's been the good old boys forever. You're starting to see, obviously women be directors and director of bands and programs. I think all those things are things that's going in a positive. As far as this specific year, I don't know if I would say advancements, because I feel like it feels like most years for our culture. It feels like most years for our culture. So I don't say any other advances. I can't point out anything that I would pinpoint this year specifically. I would say this happened, and I feel like this is really pushing the culture forward. I feel more like overall, there's been things happening over the last few years that have been positive towards building a better version of us, like we were talking about earlier. Arrangements that we normally wouldn't play, songs that are a little bit out of the box, giving us a different look and a perspective that allows people to know that we're not just going to play the rap daddies all day long, but that's not necessarily new, because we've had many bands over the years that played different things. So that's not necessarily new. That's why I said I can't say this year, but I mean, in terms of the general culture, every year is a good year to celebrate HBCU bands, man. So I'm going to hit you with the general joint hit you with the president hands because I had to answer that very democratically like that. Anybody else? What y'all think?
All right, Maya, the season's winding down. Do you feel that we have made any advances in the culture?
Yes and no, per usual. I think that maybe not necessarily advancements, but I think this was a transition year. I think in terms of laying the brick and laying the foundation, we've done a good job because now we're in the new era, if we want to call it post-COVID era or whatever the case may be. I think that there is just a difference overall in the aesthetic of band or HBCU and the overall sound and what is of value, and really trying to figure out what that looks like and what is that made up of. There's a lot of transitions with band staff, band directors. If we're even talking about dance lines, I think that there has been somewhat of an advancement. If we're talking about dance lines specifically, I think this year is maybe one of the most prominent years to where each line is going back to reestablishing who they are and not necessarily having that blurred line effect. So there is an advancement there because now everyone has kind of gone back to their roots or kind of figured out, okay, well, we had an off year. Now we have to figure out what does the new us look like? And is that orchestrated from a little bit from the past as well as in the future? What does that look like? So yes, I think advancements there. But overall, in terms of band culture in itself, I think it's just more so laying the foundation of what is progressing and what is to come in the future and what that looks like and what that feels like.
Cool. Dante, have we made any advancements in the culture?
All right. So my short answer is yes. And I'm gonna kind of piggyback on Maya and Chief. First off, it's kind of loaded because we're coming out of the pandemic. And just a year and a half ago, it was almost like we didn't really have anything. So it's almost like if you're starting at ground zero, if you're doing anything, it's almost an advancement. But one thing that I haven't heard anybody speak about is we had a few bands pop out this year that you don't typically hear about from year to year. And I think that's one of the things that kind of helped me realize that, okay, we might be pushing this thing forward, going on. Of course, I got a chance to go to Houston back at the beginning of the season. Langston shocked me. I'm not too familiar with their program, but it was good to see somebody different. I know that, in the HBCU world, they have a long history. But I was just excited to see some of the things that their band did and them getting some exposure. Kentucky State. Before a few years ago, I just wasn't up on what Kentucky State was doing. I got a chance to see some clips of them this year, and I was impressed with the steps forward. So from that aspect, I think with some other bands popping out and not just the usual, I think that's some good. That's a couple steps forward for the culture.
All right, dope. Now the funny thing is, like all the stuff you just mentioned, we were talking about before you came in, but it's all good because your opinion and your thoughts still matter, man. So it's still valid, bro. All right, come on. The season's winding down. Do you feel we made any advancements in the
Smitty,
right?
First of all, good afternoon, y'all. I think where everybody's is going to repeat the same thing. Yes and no. Yes, we have made advancements in my opinion, in the area of conversation about pedagogy. I think that's been a conversation that's been taking place more and more this year, specifically amongst the music educators. We've been pushing forward and honestly promoting Midwest and the things that advance a music educator past the marching band aspect. I think there's more conversations about those things than previous years. I do agree with everybody when they say that because we're coming from COVID, it's like we're just hungry, for bands because it was basically taken away from us from last year. But I think and like Dante said, they had some bands that stood out this year that normally would not have, and there also have been some bands that honestly that has kind of fell off due to the pandemic and whatnot. But so it's yes and no. I think the telltale story will truly reveal itself next year to see if those bands that stood out the most this year? Was it a fluke, or is that the real trajectory of that program moving forward? And as well as what I was speaking about pedagogy, are these music educators, young music educators, truly listening to advance themselves outside of just the marching band sector? So I think yes and no.
All right. And finally, the man of the hour. He always got something big. Rick, have we done anything this season to advance the culture?
No. All these marching bands are doing the exact same thing. There's been no innovation whatsoever. It's the same thing that we've always done. I'm trying to figure out what innovation y'all talk about. Yes, I look at these bands and I'm not seeing the culture being moved forward. I see the culture being sustained. There's nothing that is forward looking about what I've seen, and the few things that are are hopeful to me won't get credit. That Young and the Restless gives me hope that there's still a band out there that wants to play and with good band techniques. But I've already seen some of the comments about it. Quan, you there, bro? Right? Yeah, he got it. Yeah.
Quan got to keep eating.
Got a straight up chicken wing in his hand.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, like I've already seen some of the comments in the band where, oh, this a mess, or this boring, or this and that, though. Like, in some ways, we have regressed because I remember being in Norfolk State's band when we used to make fun of bands that played with uncharacteristic sound. Like we thought it was the funniest thing in the world. They out there just blasting, sounding bad. And now that is if you're not doing that, you're looked at as being too MEAC. You know what I'm saying? So no, we have not advanced as a culture. I think there are bright spots in the culture. I think bands like Dante said, Kentucky State, Alabama State, all right. What Fam just did. There's what Prairie View is trying to do. Like there's bands doing great things. It's just that they don't get the recognition because they're not playing the same game that everybody else plays. So from an innovation and advancement standpoint, no. When I see a show without a dance routine and some type of general effect implied, then I'll say we're moving the culture forward. When I see, some type of show that's not, just step two drills all the time from the 70s, like, and before, like, I'm good, man. So, were there some bright spots this year? Yes, but the culture has not moved forward. Or, as Quan said, is we haven't seen it yet because I definitely ain't seen it. So, no.
Man, Rick.
Brownie, I'm surprised.
Sorry, Maya.
So I gotta disagree because so I'm about to take it back a little bit. What is the definition of advancement? The process of promoting a cause or plan, or the promotion of a person in rank or status. I think that contradicts exactly what we were saying prior to. I don't even know if we were live yet, but we're talking about Langston. We talked about TSU. There are changes within those band programs that are an enhancement, a step forward. So it may not have reached its top tier, but they're still in line with the definition of advancement, the process of promoting a cause or plan.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Go ahead. If you have something to add, we can just, it's a
Well,
conversation.
yeah, because the question, right. That's what I said, right? Like there are bands that are bright spots in the activity. Absolutely, I'll put Langston in there, but a lot of bands in there that are bright spots. But this question says the culture, band culture. To me, band culture implies overall everybody together, a collective, being able to come together and with a consensus of we want to move our activity forward. And the one thing that is like just blaring in my mind right now, Maya, is DCI. And I can't help but think about it because I've seen the progression of DCI. You look at DCI in the 70s. DCI in the 70s looked like what we see every Saturday at HBCU bands. It was literally exactly the same. Both sides of the field mirrored one another in drill. They were playing popular music. It was what it was.
Minus the dance routine.
Right, minus the dance routine. And actually, there were some groups that did those too. But so they both groups paralleled one another. In the 80s, DCI became about productions. Like they did West Side Story, all these different things. 90s, it was about theme shows. Now, the innovation is so like mind blowing that you got high schools that are on a whole nother level, and in some cases, the high schools push that forward. With us, if you look at a show of Norfolk State from the 80s, everybody at Norfolk State, Maya, always talks about the 1988 show because that was like the best band they had, I think, in the 80s. That show looks like every show after it. Then Dr. Sanford got there. He did a little innovation in the drill, and it hasn't changed. I don't see any group that's pushing the culture forward. There's some bands that are doing great things, but culturally, I don't see the change. And I don't even know, Maya, to be honest with you, if there's even room for people that aren't the big 3 or 4 to move the culture forward.
I want to push back. I want to push back a little bit, but go ahead, Quan.
So my only question would be: Do you think this is because it's hard for some HBCUs to push the culture merely because they have to change their show every week? Because if we're looking at from a DCI aspect, that's one show that is planned out. Of course, you would know for a year and then perfected through a season. That's a big difference from when, for example, we had PV and we got a show for Labor Day Classic. We're going to try to fix that show for the first home game. And then we back door got to change the whole entire show for Cotton Bowl. I think sometimes when you have to put the situations up against one another, it's two different things.
Well, I mean, if you want to use that as, go ahead, Mario. Sorry.
That's kind of along the lines of what I was saying. I think it's impossible to. So I know sometimes we do use the DCI HBCU comparison, but let's ask that question about general PWIs. Have general PWIs pushed the envelope forward?
Absolutely. Look, the band.
No, they have not. No, they have not. No, they have.
The band that's most talked about.
Listen, I'm about to tell you how I can prove what you're saying that's incorrect. Because what you said was based on we all together haven't done something to move forward. You can't pick out one band or a couple bands and say that, because I can go up to Rutgers University and they look like trash. I can go to a whole bunch of people. So what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if we're not going to give credit to these HBCUs who have made advancements and say that doesn't constitute moving the culture forward, then how can we do that on the other end when it's PWIs and we say we're going to pick out certain schools that's done good things? We can't compare DCI because, as Quan was just saying, and I was going to iterate as well, you're talking about one show being perfected with people with money and support behind this thing and everything, kind of like auditions to get into this group and paying sponsors to make it happen. That's a whole different world. That's a whole different world than a public university trying to perform for a football game on a Saturday or Friday or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's a different thing. Now, if we're just talking about apples to apples instead of apples to oranges, you're talking about general PWIs versus general HBCU band programs. And in that space, I don't think either have put the push envelope forward, because you can say, yeah, we can pick out the Ohio States, right? But then you can also say there's other schools haven't done anything like that. So are we going to just pick out some bands? Or are we going to say everybody, like you mentioned earlier? Because this was your example. You said everybody. We as a whole group have not done anything to push the whole group forward.
But if that's the case, but you're literally saying exactly what I just said. I wanted you to be able to finish, but you literally just said exactly what I said. For me, it's not about individual bands. That's exactly what I said. It's not about Langston is doing great things, Norfolk is doing great things. It's not about that to me. The question says culture. If Julian said, have there been advancements in bands? Yes, of course. But culturally, we are in a culture where people will go to a game on the weekend, hear baritones overplay the whole band, and literally lose their minds over it. But then those same students that come from those bands are put into a pigeonhole because when they graduate, they're only able to work at certain schools. They don't get the opportunity to go work at this school or that school. They can only work at the schools that probably mimic the style of the band that they came from. We put our students and culturally into a small box where they're not able to compete. To them, some of them might not want to. But yes, there are a lot of great bands, and there, like you said, Mario, a lot of poo bands. But that's not the question. The question is culturally, has the HBCU band culture moved forward? I don't see it.
So that's what I was saying. So that's why I asked. I'm not arguing whether or not it has or not, really.
Right.
I'm more saying my question was, do you feel like PWIs have, like general PWI bands have pushed the culture forward? And you said yes. And I said, how so? That was what I think that's where we missed each other, because I was saying how so, because I don't necessarily disagree with what your point is about the HBC culture. I understand exactly what you're saying. That's why it was tough for me to answer in general, because I feel like there's nothing I can point out specifically. That was in my response that I could say this is the thing that I feel like is pushing us forward as a group, even if it was something big and a small, like, at one or two schools that I felt like was so impactful that was really changing, pushing the envelope. Like there's things that A&T's doing that a lot of other schools haven't done. Just like there's things that Ohio State is doing that other schools aren't doing. So what I'm saying is they're outliers, but they're nothing. I don't think you can take a whole culture of bands from around the country and say that they're going to be doing something all together that's going to go in the direction at the same time. That's why, to Maya's point, she was talking about there are small things that are happening, and to acknowledge those small things are important, because we don't get to big things without small steps. And I think
what are we
acknowledge
talking
those
about?
things.
Are we talking about better bands, or are we talking about innovation? Because
But why can't we be talking about both?
I mean, if we're talking about, I've already acknowledged that though.
Well, sure, I agree.
Yeah,
So
I've
like,
already
okay,
acknowledged that. I'm a little confused by your reaction, Mario, because everything you're saying I've already acknowledged.
don't be
So
mad because he's
for me-
trying to have my back.
What? I'm not. No, I'm just saying. Like, I understand like what the frustration is, but my thing is I've already acknowledged that. So I guess that's my.
It was coming from the response about PWIs.
Well, you didn't give me a chance to respond, because I was literally going to say Ohio State, but then you elaborated on what you said. So yeah.
No, because I asked the question initially and you said yes. So when I originally
I was going to
said,
give you examples. I mean, we can't dictate what bands do. We can only give our opinion of what we think is successful band and so forth. Me personally, I've taught at both levels. I participated at both levels. I think the biggest thing for me is that if we're talking about innovation, if we're talking about advancements in the culture, I don't see it. From a band standpoint, there are a lot of bands that have gotten, like I said, Hampton. I said it so many times. What Thomas is doing with that band, to me, I think is incredible, because that band does not sound like it sounded when we were in school. There are a lot of bands. What Juliet is doing at Elizabeth City, that is a completely different band. Like, there are a lot of band directors who are moving their bands forward. That's advancement, yes. But culturally, I guarantee you that all of us can go to any football game for any HBCU, and we can say, I know exactly how this field show is about to go.
But there are other ways to advance the culture outside of innovation. For example, participation is an advancement. So, like,
what do you mean by participation?
If a band had 100 members one year and then they come back the next year with 150, that can be considered an advancement because they have more students participating.
But we're still talking about band, right?
Yeah, we're still talking about
specific individual bands. Yeah, I agree. I get. Let me say it very clear. I agree with all of you about band advancement. Band advancement, we are all on the same page. Cultural advancement, hell no. We doing.
I have something to add to that. I say yes to cultural advancement.
Hold on, right quick, Maya, and then Quan. Final thought.
Oh, I thought she was going to, I agree. Never mind. Okay. So, okay, let's move it. Let's take it into a different direction, right? I say, yes, we have made advances on the culture. Why? Things like this show, right? So next season, the way that this shit is catching on, right? There will be reference to things that we've talked about this season that will enhance what's going to happen next season. Whether it is, whether it's not, I'm going to speak into existence. Yes, it will be. Now, if we also talk about things that happened earlier in the season, U.S. bands, adjudicating bands, right? So we did it on a high school level, but then in itself, in the culture, it's a feed in. We've talked about over and over how high schools are the direct feed in into collegiate bands, into HBCU bands. So that is definitely an advancement there, because we've also solidified, or we've done an inaugural movement to say, like, hey, this is how we have to get back to the basics, and this is what is going to progress talent. It's going to progress motivation. It's going to progress everything in all facets. So yes, advancement in the culture, 1 ways, 2 ways, 3 ways, 4 ways, whatever. How you like that?
No,
All right, Maya.
I think she's giving me some
Spot
new
on.
things, like some new things to think about, Maya. Because I think you're right. I think the U.S. bands thing, like y'all know, I helped work on that. Like
Right.
that was a vision we had for years. But on the flip side of that, Maya, that's at the high school level, like you said. These colleges, and Julian knows it because we sat in the meeting at the HBCU where I literally suggest us make Honda to the guy that's from Honda. He was standing right there in front of us. And I literally said we need to do adjudication.
We were all,
And
it was me, you, and I think Dr. Sanford. We
Dr.
were all
Zach,
saying the same
all
thing.
of
And
us,
Dr. Zachary was in there. Yep.
yep, Dr. Zachary was there, all of us, and we kept saying it, Maya. And they lit Maya, if you saw some of the reactions from some people's favorite bands, it would be pretty shocking. So you have given me something new to think about, Maya, with your response. I think you are spot on. I think it has to start somewhere. And I think, like Dante said, small advancements are advancements. And I've been saying that the whole show. I forgot about that, I guess.
Well,
Thank
let
you,
me close.
Go on, go ahead.
Let me close with this, Dr. Brown. What I realize is from this conversation that advancement overall is subjective, pending the person that's looking at it. So if we're looking at it from, like Dante said, in regards to numbers, that is advancement. In regards to your point, Rick, innovation of shows or doing something different, that's one aspect. It may be next year, you never know. I had a conversation with Gary Bryant. He was saying, we truly need to step out of the realm in regards of field shows outside of the normal 8 to 5, expanding intervals and different things like that. So I think people are starting to have, starting to have those conversations. But honestly, it goes back to, in my opinion, pedagogy, because many of us are not aware of it, are not cognizant of honestly how to become innovative on that quote unquote DCI level in the time frame that's realistic for a HBCU show. I'll leave it at that.
All right, cool, man. I thought that was gonna be a little bit easier, but I guess not. Y'all went in. I appreciate y'all, man. All right, let's go ahead and keep it going. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, go ahead and smash that like button, man. It don't take long to hit that like button. I see a lot of people commenting. I appreciate your comments and your support. But go ahead and hit that like button on the way, man, while you're in here. Hit the like button. It don't take long, and it's free to hit a like button. Also, please make sure you subscribe to the network, all right? And then also hit that bell and turn on notifications. I got to make sure I say uncomfortable conversations, which means it's not always the conversations that everybody going to like. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there because, I don't care. I done got kicked out of the group, man. I done got kicked out of the real HBCU uncut group in Facebook. I guess they weren't happy because we wasn't in there talking a whole bunch of mess. It's all good though.
Come to the stage. Tell them to come to the stage, man.
I mean, that's the one thing I'm always say. If you got a problem, if you have a issue with any of the things we talking about, then come through. But if you're gonna sit up here and stand behind your keyboard, then it is what it is. Then hey, I'm good. We're gonna keep rolling. All right.
Dog, you can't go in there. That's a bunch of internet gangsters, dog.
Absolutely.
Band thuggery. That's what that is. So,
Absolutely. So it is what it is. It's the group that everybody worships, the Kings. So I'm good. All right, let's keep it moving. I like this one. This was a good one. Are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands? Are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands? Dante, I'm gonna let you go ahead and get it first.
Wow. All right, so the short answer is yes. All right. And honestly, man, it's just because, man, every group is just forced to entertain. So well, I don't want to say every group, but it goes beyond fans though. We also got to add administrations to that. Can we add administrations to fans too? And sometimes, man, folks are just forced to entertain. You're forced to go out there and pull the crowd in. And I just think that some bands just haven't figured out how to keep a musical standard and still entertain. So I think it goes past, the fans necessarily dictating the standards. Outside of that, like Rick was just saying, we got the internet gangsters who probably haven't stepped foot in the band room, or when they did, they were some slaw. And they're the ones that are vocal. I ran into that a lot when I was on the staff at Central. So the short answer is yes, for those reasons.
All right, Mario, are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands?
Absolutely, they are. We have fans running band pages. Come on now, people don't even know how to play instruments for real, and they're dictating to other people who are supposed to be musicians. I don't even know why you'd be listening to people who are not musicians, but anyway, but dictating what's an L and what's not. You know what I mean? Like, who's louder is always the measuring tool for who's good or not. That's ridiculous, bro. That's like, we were joking and stuff like that, but look, I don't like that at all. I really, really dislike the idea. Like, I guess maybe it's because I'm marching the MEAC and I can appreciate contour, balance, and polishing of music. I can appreciate those skill sets. And don't get it twisted. Like, when we were in the band, Norfolk was not quiet. It wasn't like we were like some soft band in a corner. Because, you know what I mean? I just feel like we have this thing where you let these people that are coming to watch you. They went from fan, and I think that's more of a response of our culture now in general. That's happening everywhere in every aspect of our lives. We have people kind of like internet thugs or whatever. People are dictating how things are going to go. People are deciding who's pretty or not based on how many likes you get. People are deciding who's popular or not based on how many people come and follow something or do something. We're doing that in every avenue, and in our culture, it's just been a bleed over of what's happening in popular culture. And I don't think it's any different. It sucks, but it's the same thing that's happening everywhere. The reason why I know I was having issues with kids joining band and stuff up here in New Jersey is because other people are dictating what's exciting, what's popping. You know what I mean? And the kids they're having a hard time thinking for themselves and making their own decisions based on their own wanting. And so when you are in a marching band that's down south and it's like pressure from administration, pressure from alumni who want you to either go back to the way they were or whoever, and then fans who saw some TV show and they think that if, like, for example, we're talking about the dancer show. If you have a situation where all they saw on TV was this J set, like the bucket and stuff like that, if they see anything other than that, it's not hot, because that's you're coming from a standpoint of that's kind of all you may know. You know what I'm saying? So like it's just a level. It's like, not to be mean, but it's just ignorance. It's just ignorance. And when you don't have a wider spectrum, it just creates more ignorance. And we have to stop. The buck has to stop, man. We have to cut that out. We need to cut that out. And only people who can change that are band members. People who are in the programs have to step up and and call these people out for the nonsense. Not alumni, but band members, people who are actually playing. So that's just kind of where I see it. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. Also, just looking in the comments real quick. Obviously, I'm wrong. I may be wrong. I guess the original page got shut down. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. I still stand by what I said, but I may be wrong. Y'all know I don't care. All right. Anyway, Quan, are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, yeah. And I'm saying this with a humble sense, but I'm saying this from the heart. Not any band program that I'm going to be over. Ain't nobody going to tell me what the fuck to do. I'm just saying it like that. Ain't nobody.
Facts.
And that's just I have to stand on my own 10 toes and have my own account to the God I believe in. And that's just how I feel. So that's number one. Number two, but we also have to look at, bro, what's trending. Like, that's the main thing, honestly, that pushes, as we were saying before, culture. Like the bad playing, the lack of teaching, all of that stuff, man, that honestly pushes it. And I'm reading the comments as we're having this discussion, and many of what the listeners are saying is real. Like Crystal is saying that pressure comes from everybody. Another person said that it's about egos. You know, all of that honestly is the thing that affects the band programs, because people feel like now if I get in front of the band, I wave my hands really loud, if the band playing really loud, I'm going to advance, because most of that's what's taking place. Because like I said in previous episodes, people are not really building. So I mean, it's unfortunately, but yes, the fans are dictating it with the blogs, with the comments and whatnot. Even administrators read the comments and see what directors getting the most comments so that they can get hired. And I've seen this in band meetings. So unfortunately, yes.
All right, Maya, are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands?
Yes. And I mean, okay, so I don't want to take away from talent, right? So we talk about Garrett, we talk about Marvin. The reason, so yes, absolutely, their talent has enhanced, their wheelhouse has expanded as they've kind of figured out in terms of the media perspective. But I do think that a guiding perspective behind it is the people want to see exactly what's going on. They want to be the first to be able to tap in and say, oh, that was lit. Oh, they blowing. Oh, blah, 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 whatever the case may be, right? And so if we're talking about egos, we're talking about all of this in nature. If we talk about we the blacks, what do we like? We like loud shit. We like entertaining shit. And we like pats on the back, right? We want somebody to tell us, ooh, that sounds good. Ooh, you're doing your thing. And what are the internet gangsters doing? Ooh, that sounds good. Ooh, you're doing your thing. Ooh, you blowing. Da, da, da. And that's just typically going, it's not going to do nothing but keep on happening, right? So, like, it's not that we're putting out these videos because we want to say, oh, my band is so talented. I would like to be able to display my band on the forces of the universe and the community and be able to show you exactly what intonation and pedagogy really looks and sounds like. No, nobody gives a damn. It's because who's the loudest, who's going to be able to perpetuate the conversation, who's going to be the first to be able to say, oh, that was shit, oh, da-da-da. And then it's just going to come like a bandwagon, come like a wave. Everybody just wants to be able to be the first to talk about something. And that is what has solidified and what has established what's going on. You telling me I can have my cake and I can eat it too? I can get paid. I can have a say in terms of musicality or be able to run a band, a successful band program. But also, I don't really have to do too much because instead of integrating pedagogy or integrating intonation, integrating a musical style that is based off of dynamics and based off of foundation, all I gotta do is go out there and blow that hoe. And these people still gonna come. I'm still gonna get paid. And my number's still gonna keep growing. Child, please, of course. And that is what is escalated by the fact that the feed-in comes from the masses. People just want to talk. People just want to feel like they have a voice. And so which is going to make the standards of HBCU bands. And we talked about that. Being way back in the day, it used to be all about the field show. Right now, it's who blowing that hole in the stands? Who gonna win the fifth? Right? And that's perpetuated by what? The masses. Who yelling, who screaming, who hitting you in the face with their little pom-pom thingy. That's all that matters. And it's just going to be that until people of the people who get it, who don't care about all the extra fuss and who actually care about talent and who care about displaying a program of intellect, of a program of musicality or whatever the like. It's not until that catches on like wildfire, but let's be honest, realistically, it's not going to catch on because it's not the norm. It's not entertaining. It's not loud. It's not boisterous. So yeah, until then, well, honestly, forever, it's just going to keep going down the same drain. It's just how we're going to be able to figure out how to redirect it or not, which I'm leaning more towards or not.
Hell of a comment, Maya.
All right.
Hey, Maya on it today, Maya.
She killing it, boy. She killing it.
No, let me hit the
Maya.
music on you, Maya. You gonna get the church music today. All right.
Yeah. I need the organ, get the piano hands.
Hey, I got it queued up, ready to go. All right, Rick, are fans dictating the standards of HBCU bands?
So the answer to the question, as everyone has said is yes. But I want to look at it from a couple of different perspectives, particularly two. Fans have always, in some way, shape, or form, dictated what bands do. When you're an alumni of a university, when you're no longer marching in the band, guess what you are? A fan. And when alumni come and they say, hey, if you stop playing, I'll use Norfolk State as a prime example. When Dr. Sam said when Dr. Sanford said, hey, Silkettes, I want y'all to look more like a traditional color guard. All them alumni said, you change our girls if you want to, you won't get one more cent from us. Money talks. And our programs are already underfunded as it is. Them Silkettes look the exact same way as they look when Papa Silk found them. Rest in peace to Mr. Hester. You know what I'm saying? So money talks, and the schools gonna walk to where that money is going. So that's first and foremost. Secondly,
where the money reside, where the money reside.
right. So for me, I think the question should be: do underqualified fans dictate HBCU bands? And the answer to that is also yes. When New Orleans Mass Band played Deads a couple of years ago by Migos, everybody was losing their stuff. I thought it sounded absolutely horrible, but everybody was losing it. And literally that next semester after those mass bands played Deads, almost all y'all favorite band gods played Deads. And I'm sitting there like, I don't know if these bands just was listening to Migos that summer because I guess they were hot around that time, or something else must have happened. And sure enough, I saw that clip. I think that it's easy, y'all, to think you're successful by people telling you you're successful. Like Maya said, having your loyal followers. There's some bands, man, it don't matter how they sound, people gonna say they sound good. You know, like it's just the nature of what we do. So I think there has been this growth in underqualified people that are giving opinions that in some cases are dictating how programs program their music and their shows and everything else. So, you know, we have given the underqualified a voice that they don't deserve. We've taken away things that make us great and sacrificed them to fit into this mold that people think we should be. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to be a person that thinks that baritones overpowering the band is a good thing. But there are 80, 90% of these bands now that are getting the most exposure. Because I don't, you know, and maybe some of the smaller bands are doing it too. I don't know. But it all boils back to what Quan said and what I've said and what every last one of us has said. It's all about the director that's standing in front of the band. If you, as a leadership of a band, will allow yourself to bend to what the culture says is nice or sweet or whatever you want to call it, then that's on you. But you know, like Quan said, I'd be damned if I'm gonna go up there, stand in front of a band, and hear some of these sounds that's coming out of some of these bands, and be like, "Well, that's it. Let's go outside and do that in front of people." Nah, that ain't it. So that's where I am.
So I guess for me, I guess my question is for the ones that are not, you know, teaching, and we know those band programs, and I don't believe that this show is to blatantly just be like, that person ain't doing their job, that person ain't doing their job. Like, you can hear it overall. But my question is, where did we lose our standards, bro? Where did we lose our identity as band directors?
Julian has said it, and I have said it, Quan. When Robert Champion died, that is when band culture was, in my opinion, forever changed. Because now Fam is no longer a pinnacle band. Nobody looks at Fam like before Robert Champion died, you had two ways of doing band. You had the Fam way, which in my opinion just represents quality. So you had all the bands that played with fundamentals, played with characteristic sounds and all. Southern didn't play how Southern plays now back then. I listened to some clips of Southern from the 80s and 90s. It was a completely different sound under Cornell Knighton than what they're doing now. And then when Robert Champion died, that shift became the standard. You know, like I said, Southern's a good band. Southern has moments of brilliance, and they have moments that we should all be critical of them because we want them to be great because they hold such an important role in the community. But when it became after that, it became blasphemous to criticize something. You can't even
Right,
you can't
right,
even
right.
right.
I
You
agree,
can't
bro.
even
I
say
agree.
be critical of them. If something's out of tune, you're a hater.
Right.
Out of tune is out of tune, y'all. That woman's worth sounded horrible. And everybody was gassing it like it was the best thing they had ever heard. Put that woman's worth on and then put that fam on. I'm gonna reference that fam probably for a year. Put that woman's worth on, put that fam on.
I
Tell me
know
what you
you. I know you too well, bro. It's gonna be longer than a year because you've been referencing bed for daggone every year that you heard it.
put bed on from Bethune-Cookman 2012. Put on that woman's worth. Like we have to, as black people, like Michael said, probably said, the blacks, we have to be able to be.
No. Get it right.
We the
We
black.
the black.
We the
Oh,
black.
We the black.
Thank you.
We the black.
we the blacks have to be able to move our culture forward. I think this ties back into the last question. There has to be a space for difference. We have to be able to appreciate Southern for what they do, and then turn around and say, "While I appreciate the hell out of Southern for playing the hell out of that power, I also appreciate the fact that whatever university said university did this well and that well. Not all y'all did is suck. It sucked. It sucked because it ain't them. Like that's where we are now, Quan, as a band culture. We can't appreciate even if I'm in the band facing another band. I can't be in the Jackson State band and say, you know what, man, that battle against Tennessee State, yeah, I think we won. But damn, that Loki was sweet, and damn that that was cool. And you damn sure can't say it in public, because then you get crucified. I'm not saying being a fan. I'm saying being able to recognize excellence as a culture, and then put that on the pedestal instead of saying I put my favorite band on the pedestal. And I'm just tired of it. So that's why I think it was when Robert Champion died. I really do.
All right. Any final thoughts?
Standards are okay, y'all. We don't all have to be the same. Black people aren't a monolith. Black bands don't have to be a monolith.
Okay.
People are afraid of cancel culture so much that it has allowed people to just become slaves to whatever trend is going on.
That was a great way to end that because that is absolutely true. I cannot deny that 100%. All right, shoot. Well, then let's keep it going. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that you get these likes up. Dang it, get the likes up. We got a lot of chatter going on in the comments, man. And like I said, I appreciate the conversation that's going on in the comment section, but you're doing a disservice to all of us if you can't at least hit the like button before you push something or type something to chat with. Hit the like button, then chat. That's not hard. That's like 1 second, probably a millisecond. Go ahead and take care of that. All right. Also, please make sure that you subscribe to the network. If you're watching us on Facebook, that's dope. I appreciate you. Go over to the YouTube page and subscribe to the network. Click that bell, turn on notifications. All right. Let's keep it going. Next one. Are we winning or losing by centering our programs around the marching bands? Are we winning or losing by centering our programs around the marching band? Quan.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And we're losing the overall music game merely because that's not the only aspect of music of life. Like it's not. And honestly, it's one of the, from what I'm seeing as I continue as a music educator, it's only one facet for one season for one small time frame. During COVID, being honest, I became a better teacher because I was able to focus on concert music I was able to focus on those keys, and I saw exponential amount of growth with my students because we wasn't focusing on entertaining. We was focused on, okay, y'all, let's learn. I know y'all some beginners. Y'all didn't have y'all instruments for blah, but let's focus on sight reading. Let's focus on the star method of sight reading. Let's focus on intonation. Let's focus on breathing. It's so much more to do and to gain outside of marching band. And I've come to find out that my favorite season is concert season. To see a child grow from a grade 1 to a grade 2 piece, it does your heart well. As a music educator, we lose the education part because we want to entertain, bro. Like, yes, we are losing. Look at these music departments, real talk, that are piss poor because you focus on marching band all year, but you're graduating sorry ass band directors with the expectation of building bands, marching bands, not concert bands, but marching bands. And then they get behind the class. They don't know how to develop a lesson plan. They don't know how to do a spiral curriculum where they say, I'm gonna get my child from a freshman here to this level to when they senior year, they should be at this level. Like, we are failing our kids because we focusing on marching band. And I'm guilty of it at one point too, because I was like, I want to be a great band director, but that's not the only aspect of this education field that we should be focusing on. You should be focusing on building a jazz band. You should be focused on building a concert band, small and large ensemble, solos and something. Like, you should be doing it all, dog. You should give your children every aspect and every opportunity to grow as a musician. And if you're not doing that because you're merely focusing on, in y'all words, them rap daddies, well, shit, that's all we gonna ever have. And you can't push the culture and be innovative because you're focusing on one thing. You're a master of one thing instead of being the jack of all trades.
All right, Rick, are we winning or losing by centering our programs around the marching band?
Once again, this is one of those questions where I think we need to ask it a different way. Well, I'll answer it a different way. How about this? There's two answers I have. It doesn't have to if you're teaching marching band the right way. Some people feel that marching band is separate from wind ensemble and approach. And to me, that's always been the issue. In wind ensemble, what do we teach? We teach playing with a characteristic sound of your instrument. That is absolutely important when doing marching band. We teach balance and blend. That's not being taught in a lot of marching bands.
Right.
We're teaching musicality, how to be musical by playing in an ensemble setting. That's not being taught. The two need to be more closely related to one another. A lot of people will say, I've heard it said to me in years past, man, your wind ensemble makes your marching band better. That is true if you're teaching wind ensemble the right way. Like, you can't just teach wind ensemble to say I taught wind ensemble. You're playing grade 1 and 2 music and expect to have an exceptional marching band. Your band needs to be playing on level. Like you said, to start this whole show off today, Quan, pedagogy is number one. You need to be going to conferences and learning these cutting edge things, not just going to conferences to take days off from work and hang with your boys. And we've all done it, so I'm going to just put it out there. These conferences like TMEA and stuff like that, there are a lot of resources that are
Say, Rick,
right.
You got to be honest about what we did.
We've all done it. We've all done it. So I ain't gonna sit up here and lie. But on top of that, we always go to all the concerts. We want to hear the new literature. We want to hear what these ensembles are doing. So to answer the question to wrap up my answer, yes, they do a disservice to programs or make the programs lose when they're taught in a way that doesn't enforce good approach to playing an instrument. No middle school kid should be doing the marching band. No middle school kid should be doing marching band, y'all. I'm sorry. Unless it's like 8th grade after they've developed the embouchure. 6th and 7th graders should be in that band room learning how to build muscle here so they can do things like play in tune, play fortissimo. Like, we just got all our stuff just backwards, man, and we only do it to ourselves. I've never seen a core style middle school band, marching band. I've never seen it. Like I know we're talking about ourselves because we want to advance our own culture, but we do this stuff to ourselves. Like the marching band doesn't have to be a bad thing. I'm gonna just put a couple of bands out there. Cedar Ridge, Cedar Ridge, no, not Cedar Ridge. What's the name, Julie, out of Dallas?
Cedar Hill.
Cedar Hill. Cedar Hill.
Shout out to brother Derek Walker.
Yeah, that like Cedar Hill, Minor High School. All those great bands in Florida that Juan was like, all these bands that do band the right way. They have exceptional all those Atlanta bands, Southwest DeKalb, historically, Willow Ridge, bands that did marching band at an extremely high level, but had great teachers in front of them. So to answer your question, I don't think it has to be that way. I just think you have to have a person in front of you that knows how to teach. That's it.
Can I say this, Rick, before you go to the next person, Julian? But you got to be humble enough to you have to be humble enough to say, I don't know it.
True. You're right.
All right. Mario, are we winning or losing by centering our programs around the marching bands?
I guess the question is the part that I want to be clear about. Who is we?
We as the culture, we as the band community, the music educators, the band culture, not the HBCU, but we the black culture. We the blacks.
I would say this. For me, I don't necessarily see it as the worst thing, only because what I teach the same way in everything I teach. I don't have a change of approach outside of the actual style of the music itself, but I don't like we were talking when Rick was speaking. I was like, yeah, that's the gospel, bro. Like balance and blending and intonation matters everywhere. Like you know what I mean. Like and being able to understand how to attack and release on notes, being able to understand how to find melody and listen, and and not have your counter melody louder than your melody, and just those basic concepts of musicality. I think that stuff can translate in everything. Now, all of this is going to be pending program expectations. It goes back to some of the other things that we were talking about. You can have all the ideas in the world. We watched not to jump the drum line. We had this whole thing about Dr. Lee getting thrown under the bus, right? You know what I'm saying? Because they wanted them to be entertaining. And then you have to find a way to find entertainment and where entertainment and education meets. And that has to be the place where it's a little bit of give on both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, man, these kids need to learn the right way to be able to do these things is going to increase, because if we do if band is done correctly, it enhances a lot of things about your personality. It enhances how you handle things. It enhances a lot of things, because you got to think about if you play in band in a way that everything's like an argument. I feel like, I know this may be like so overly deep, but I feel like we translate the way things that if we're deep musicians, we translate the way we do things through our music. So if I'm always yelling or if I'm always kind of argumentative in my musical space, then I probably may have some of those same issues when it comes to people. If I find a way to be disciplined enough to say, hey, you're important, just like Rick was talking about, you guys were great, or this sounds good, let's make sure we listen for this, or have patience for something else to happen. Or if I'm playing a part and I'm hearing that everybody is at a certain pitch level, and I'm trying to balance, but my part is really important. I'm like, hey man, let's stop in tune, or if we can't stop in tune, let's try to balance this out. Let me adjust myself instead of saying I'm right and y'all wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like just certain things about like humility, discipline, procedure, continuity. All those things that we learn through music is all important in life. And I think a lot of those skills are being lost in the regular world. So of course you're going to lose if you're teaching inappropriately, if you're teaching things that don't really like shine on those aspects. And so that would be bad. But me, what I teach in every group is the same information. So for me, no, I'm not losing, because I'm not, but I'm also not focusing on marching band. So I guess I can't, I ain't focusing on marching band. That's me.
But Mario, the other part of it is this, and I'll get out of the way from Maya and Dante. The other part of it is this: people assume that when they approach marching band different from wind ensemble, that it's because marching band is louder. Those people that feel that way have never played Mahler.
Right.
Like I play Mahler and Wagner at the end. I'm like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I'm sitting there like, bro,
German composers ain't playing no games, man.
Right, like we associate things different,
or not, or before you go on, or not even just the fact that they've never even played it, but just have never even heard of it, or at least
that's what I was
understood.
about to say.
Right, yeah, no concept of it at all.
We base it that way because of the lack of knowledge, because of ignorance. That's exactly what I was about to say. But go ahead, Dante and Maya. I'm sorry.
My bad. All right, Dante, what you got?
All right, so I'm gonna go a little different route. Are we winning or losing by centering our programs around the marching band? I'm gonna say we're winning. All right. But y'all have hit on the issue, and that's the approach. So, like technique, tone quality, balance and blend, those things shouldn't jump from the ensembles. Like it should be like this is the way we play. You know what I mean? And that's gonna either be good or bad. The reason I say we win, and it's a few aspects. So when we talk about we, I assume we're talking about the HBCU culture, and that stems back to Black culture and student body, and then the marching band at the HBCU being one of the most public ensembles at the school. All right, let's call a spade a spade. Students aren't coming because they saw so and so's band's wind ensemble. Most aren't, just because a lot of wind ensembles aren't that visible. Does that mean that the school's wind ensemble is bad? No. Does it mean that they can't have a good wind ensemble? That doesn't mean that. But the marching band is going to be one of the most visible activities on a college campus, if not the most. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. If you know one that's more visible, please let me know. So saying that we're centering, our programs around the marching band, that's not a bad thing. That could be a good thing. We just have to make sure that we're staying steadfast to actually teaching the correct things in marching band.
Tay, I agree with you, bro, 100%. I think your perspective is actually spot on. Because the fact of the matter is, marching band pays a lot of the bills for, or is the thing that gets people there. But I think a lot of it too is the band director, right? Because like when I was at PV, when we would give a scholarship to a kid, we were upfront. This is the amount of money that you're going to get, but by accepting this money, you're also going to be required to participate in the concert ensembles. You can choose. You can do jazz band, concert band, or wind ensemble. And wind ensembles was by Dr. Zachary handpicked the people for wind ensemble. But it was absolutely communicated. So then that student can make a choice, an informed decision to say, all right, I don't want to do wind ensemble, so I'm not going to Prairie View because I know it's expected. And I think that's the part. I think just a lot of band directors, some do, need to communicate clearly what their expectations are for their program. Because, at the end of the day, like you said, a lot of these groups, including DCI, which I brought up earlier, are reaching out to HBCUs because they like what we do. They like the fact that HBCU trumpets can play all day long in the upper range. You know what I'm saying? And they like the fact that drummers, like the drummers from MD. A lot of people don't know MD, you got to audition to be an MD every week. You don't just go on the field if you don't know your stuff tight. You go stand right over there. There go your raggedy shit over there.
You can know it, and if it's dirty, you still might not play.
But say you don't even get no raggedy shit. You gonna stand over there.
You know it.
You'll be passing out water.
We're passing out water, right? What a Gatorade, sir.
I want to when you passing them out, but we're not going there.
Hey, but can I say this before y'all pass it to Maya? I agree with everything that everybody is saying, but if we're going to talk about real advancement of pushing the culture of HBCU music programs overall, we can't just be so lopsided. I understand that quote unquote the marching band brings in the recruits and quote unquote brings in the money. We call it l'argent, bringing the money. But the whole point is we also have to be cognizant that a lot of those students are eventually going to become directors. So you can't fail them either, because at the end of the day, they're whatever you feed them, they're then gonna give out to the world once they graduate from the world. So it's like we gotta stop dumbing down shit though too as well. Some of these music departments honestly need to step their game up. Like honestly, for the last past couple of years, I know for a fact, if you come from FAMU, BCU, I've met these guys, or even Norfolk. Like there are legit A1 guys. I don't give a damn what instrument they play. They know their craft, and that's what's up. If you think about, like, for example, like Sam Houston, you don't think of Sam Houston State University for their marching band. You think about their music department. You think about certain universities for their music department, and then it's the other aspects on the back end. When you talk about HBCUs, you think about the marching band, and then you consider if it's a good music department. I look at Jackson State for what they've been doing lately. They've been pushing the culture. They have a great marching band as well as wind ensemble and solo ensembles and different things as well. So it's like we have to do better, and we can't continue using the excuse of, well, the marching band bring the money. Well, it does. But what you doing after the fact though? What seeds are you planting after the fact 10, 20 years from now? For the music education world?
I think it's unfair to keep naming these big ensemble, these big groups too. Like Jackson State, yeah, they're doing good, but they also got how many people that they can split and do whatever. Talk about a band that got 40 people and then say, oh, well, we doing this and we doing this and we doing this. Yeah, that's not happening, dog, because you killing these 20 students that's doing everything. You know what I mean?
That's a
So
hell
like,
of a,
I feel that.
hell of a point, Don. Yeah, that's a hell of a point. Because we talk about DeLynn on here all the time and what they're doing at Central.
Yeah, right.
Like DeLynn is a great band director. It has nothing to do with the marching. I've known DeLynn for over 20 years now. Like that brother was one of the best musicians in Norfolk State Band when I was a freshman. So it was like in my mind, I'm gonna always hold him on that level. I think about other bands like Dante. That's a hell of a point, man. I don't want to take Maya's time. That's a hell of a point.
Don't be worried about me now. Y'all don't went on and on and on and on.
No, go ahead, Maya, and reclaim your time. Reclaim your time.
I mean, everything that I had in the pocket that already been.
So everybody already said what you needed to say.
Exactly. But I mean, again, to answer the question, are we winning or losing by centering? Yeah, I do agree. Our program is around the marching band. I think it's more so until we get back to, let me go back, a dynamic band director, more so, a good band director or a good bandsman, an outstanding bandsman, an outstanding band director is what? A dynamic musician first and foremost. And I think in order to create a dynamic bandsman or a band director or a dynamic bandsman who becomes a band director is to be able to have a cohesive and collective department in itself, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be marching band, concert band, wind ensemble. It doesn't have to be that until everyone gets on the same page and we're all feeding and really living in our expertise or mastery of each ensemble, in which all together they make the music department in itself. There will be no progression. There will be nothing else because just like Juan said, it's cyclical, right? So if I go to my private sessions or my student teacher isn't there, I don't really give a damn. I still graduate with my degree, but I'm now trying to go teach or develop a band of my own, but I have no wheelhouse. All I know is that, like, okay, yeah, I maybe was in a concert band maybe like 1 year, or I did this for whatever. Now I'm going to portray that new thing onto the new generation. And now we're just downhill from there. So until we all get, whether it's pedagogy, whether it's the curriculum itself, until that changes, that enhances, and we all get on one accord, we're definitely going to be losing by centering the program on marching band because it's just one piece of it, right? So it takes all of us to be able to make this show because we're dynamic. We have our strengths, we have our strong suits, and together that makes us a unit. I think it's the same way with building a musician, a band director, or whomever. It takes a collective. It takes a unit. It takes a village. It takes, I know this from here. I got this from here. I'm able to do this. In marching band, oh, I don't know, the section leader, whatever. This person who plays trumpet can also jump on the mellophone, who can also go back and get on the bass drum, who can also do this. That's a dynamic musician because I have the ability to pull from all of these different instances that made me who I am. So essentially, everybody is correct. I think we're all saying the same thing. But yeah, I think we're losing. It's not necessarily losing. Let me just say, I think that Brownie was right while saying we need to kind of change the way in which we're asking it. It's not necessarily win or lose. It's just until we make a cohesive manner. I mean, for lack of better words.
All right, good, man. Any final thoughts? Tight. Everybody good. That's why we good. We keep it rolling then. Hey, I'm good. All right, man. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU, band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, you go ahead and hit that like button, man. Smash that like button. We need to get these likes up. Let's get these likes up, man. Remember, likes are free. I ain't asking you for no bread, man. I'm just asking you to click a like button. Thumbs up, thumb down, heart. We can go ahead and hit it. Well, go ahead. You do it too. I appreciate you. All right, go ahead and smash that like button. Also, please go over to the YouTube page. If you're watching us on Facebook, go over to the YouTube page, subscribe to the network. Also, click the bell, turn on notifications. Just to let you guys know, this is going to be our last topic. And then once we get finished with the topic, while we're going through the topic, I'm going to put a link in so you can come in and call with us and you can get on and jump on with us and have the conversation with us. All right, here we go. Last topic. So there are a lot of lists out there. A lot of lists. We got HBCU sports list. We got I think it's the undefeated list, the 1 yard list. More recently, I think I already said we already got the undefeated list. My question to you guys is this. What do these lists prove? What do these lists prove?
Baby, maybe I'm ignorant. List of what? What are we talking about? What kind of list? Whose list?
Well, it's all right. Let me catch you up. You up. So these lists give the top, in most cases, give the top either bands, but most specifically, they always talk about the top HBCU bands. And they usually have a list of maybe numbers 1 through 10. And so, yeah, what do these lists prove?
And these lists are made by whomst?
Exactly.
Band heads or people, Twitter fingers. Is that what this is? This is not necessarily something that comes from actual. Well, we cannot prove or disprove, but bandsmen or people of the like. This is just
to be honest, Maya. Nobody knows who does these lists. Really? Nobody knows at all. They just
I have no idea.
Like one of the lists, the undefeated one, that's done by ESPN.
And well, shit. It ain't proving nothing because
it proves something. It proves that it's a lot of D riders. That's what
it proves that it's a lot of bullshit that that I mean that's all it proves because I'm trying to figure out like nobody that has ain't never picked up a hand, a foot, an instrument, a drum, anything a day in their life is making a list. It goes back to exactly what we're saying. The standards of HBCU culture or the band culture in general is put on or it's exaggerated by people who just want to tap in and have a hearsay. People that just want to be able to say like, oh yeah, I put my 2 cents in. So I don't think it proves anything until we get an adjudicated not contest of some sort, and that goes year over year to really prove and who prove or not disprove who's on top, who the kings, this, that, and the third. Ain't nothing proving nothing. It's just a whole bunch of people talking their shit, which means what? Absolutely nothing. Unless we go back to the question 3 questions ago, it proves something to those people who are small in terms of their thinking and small in terms of their value of like, oh, okay, well, the masters say I'm good, so I must be good. So let's just keep going with the thought that we're good. But aside from that, like, it don't mean shit about shit. Bandhead.org been going on for umpteen thousand years. And it's just The same people on there typing, oh, this person good, oh, this person not good, whatever the case may be. And you wonder why people who are actually in the band have such a hard time, or I can only speak for myself, who have a hard time figuring out whether it's worth it or not. Because you telling me I'm putting my heart, soul, sweat, blood, and tears in the shit, and you telling me I ain't shit, but you couldn't catch me on the 50 any day in your goddamn life. So again, the list don't prove nothing. It just proves that people loud as shit when they just want to be behind closed doors or behind their screens, modules, cameras, whatever.
I need the Jim Ross voice. Shots fired! Shot fired!
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hold up, I got you. Hold up. Come on, Maya. Oh,
hey, let's go. Hey.
Oh, she preaching today.
Ooh, praise God for Jesus. You know what?
I told you I had it queued up for you. All right.
You know Thanksgiving.
I was really thinking you was about to do shots fired, and you went to the church music.
Absolutely not. I'm going
Yeah. Smooth pump fake.
I need that Jim Ross.
Right, straight up pump fake, bro.
I don't know. I'm sorry. You're saying that ESPN is telling people who the top bands are.
They've been doing it for years, Maya.
But you know what? Now that I think about it, I think Miss Shawn did post something. But I mean, so I feel you. But again, like, do you have a specialist? Like, who is making this decision? Do you have an analyst that has a background, or maybe somebody that marched? Like, who is doing this? A bunch of the whites saying, "Ooh, look at these Negroes doing this and the third. This one did it better than this one." That's what it sounds like to me.
So what's the difference between like USA Today? They do the same thing. And honestly, it's been announced in some people's announcements, you know, number one band ranked by USA Today. I mean, all of it is subjective at the end of the day.
And that one, and the only HBC on that list was Southern, and Southern came in second place. If you allow me to jump in, y'all, I think what these lists prove, I think the only thing these lists prove, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong, is that your band has some type of social media and YouTube presence. That's the only thing they prove.
Yeah.
Or a large following.
Or a large following. Yeah.
Following.
That's it. Because there's, like Dante keeps bringing up, there's never any small bands without a media team on that list. And we have a lot of good, like, I think last week or the week before was the first time that North Carolina Central had made the list. And that was when that brother that's doing the double deduction, he was like the host of it. And it was his favorite bands. It wasn't like the undefeated bands. He gave his top 10 bands. And North Carolina Central was on there. Hampton was on there. Kentucky State was on there. Like an actual band head gave his own personal list. And some of the smaller bands made the thing. I think it's specifically talking about, hey, we have some type of media team presence, which puts us online, which in turn people can say we're great. I think that's all that list proves. I think there are a lot of bands that value that list a little too much, you know, but I think in some cases it can be very helpful because you can go back to your administration and say, look, this is what, you know, hold a piece of paper. This is what all that hard work we've been doing pays off to do. You know, like we didn't have the discussions about some of these sorry administrations and their support of their bands. You know, I got an anonymous source, you know, telling me that some bands ain't even gonna be able to go home for Thanksgiving this week. You know what I'm saying? These bands going around making the ultimate sacrifice and having to deal with the crap that their schools put them through. And this said band that I'm talking about was on that top 10 list that came out this past week. So this is opportunity for bands to say, here's my value. You know, I made number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever on this list. Here's my value. Since y'all don't know what the hell we do, but you always criticize it. I think that's what it does.
All right, Quan, what do these lists prove?
I mean, I think we've said it thus far. I mean, it's really subjective. We don't even know who's creating the list. We don't know the qualifications of the person that's making this up. Like we don't know anything. We just know that weekly we have a list. Most of us, we see it, we agreed or disagree with it. You know, pending from week to week. The people that follow those particular bands, you know, either brag on it or disagree with it. I saw somebody in the comments says all this is debating bait, so to speak. That's all it really is. I mean, and I was not going to say against it, but I was like, well, what's the point of adjudication? What I realized, adjudication, it means a lot. If you say you the king, well, go and put your title up, big dog. If you say you the greatest or whatever of all time, go and put it up there. Wouldn't it be something if we could have a weekly adjudication where the band directors honestly vote after you had your full week of your runs for your shows, field and in stands? If the band directors of the respective schools could truly and honestly vote, because I'm pretty sure that the band directors are not petty to where you will look at another video and be like, damn, like they was smashing, and actually vote from an honest perspective. And then you could actually see where these votes going. That would be completely different. And honestly, that would show, number one, camaraderie amongst HBCU bands instead of, the aspect of, we Crips and Bloods from across the field. Also, what it does is, honestly, it motivates, honestly, the directors, and it shows appreciation across the board. I mean, but until we, get to that point where we can operate amicably amongst one another, man, that list don't mean shit.
Well, it seems like everybody's in agreement that the list don't mean nothing unless anybody has an opposing view. So let me ask this question, because Quan, you kind of hinted at it. Do these lists give more reason to have adjudicated performances?
No, because I don't think the band world takes these lists seriously. I think there is a thirst for our community to say this band is the best, and a ranking system. But people will look at that list and say, "Dog, how's Hampton on the list?" No, I'm good. I ain't paying that no attention. Not saying, "Damn, Thomas that worked his ass off to get new instruments for that band, to bring a new show style to that they're doing." All the great
uniforms,
right? New uniforms,
trip to Rome, Macy's Day Parade,
like not taking that into account. It's just band ignorance. So, in my opinion, Julian, no, I don't think it's doing anything to add to that conversation. But I think that eventually, if people, I take that back. I don't think eventually it's ever going to happen, because I think these big bands that we've been talking about have too much to lose by coming in third or fourth in an adjudicated competition. You can't call yourself the Kings in third place. You can't call yourself the Kings in sixth. All right? Especially if you come in sixth to a Hampton or a North Carolina Central. You know what I'm saying? We talked about band programs that are small that don't get credit. North Carolina Central got one of the best jazz bands in all of HBCU. They whipped our ass when we was in school. Their production program, they got Ninth Wonder on faculty. Like, these are the things you don't hear, or he used to be. I don't know if he's still there, because they don't have a media team and because they don't have as big of a social media presence. So, no, Drew, I don't think it does, bro. I really don't.
We need a BET Classic.
I disagree. I think definitely programs will definitely take this and run with it. Like, matter of fact, I think goddamn, what is the school name? I think Southern's MC right now is making edits to his damn intro, often imitated, never duplicated, voted number one on ESPN's band list. Like, they're gonna definitely take that shit and roll with it. Why wouldn't they?
Well, they came in third. They came in third this week, so I don't know if
okay, but you said that you can't be number 6 or whatever you said, but you definitely can be, because just like what happened the first 1 or 2 games of Southern, right? Bruh dropped his whole snare drum on the ground. Nobody talking about it, but well, we still talking about shit that PV did 10 years ago or whatever the case may be. Or like the Canes. If the Canes is the Canes, then whatever they do is going to it's not gonna matter regardless. So yeah, you can definitely be number 10 on that list, but if you got that following behind you, they're going to say like, oh, well, this is what happened. Oh, this is the excuse that made this to be true. So that's how I feel about that.
It's gonna matter with the formally adjudicated staff, though. But I don't see them putting themselves. I don't see a lot of bands putting themselves in that realm because they're gonna say it's biased to a certain type of band.
Sure, I can agree with that.
So there's two things that I want to say. Anybody can respond to it, and then we got to get to whatever guests we got coming in. Also, I'll put the link in the description, or I always say description. I'll put the link in the comment section. Click the link if you want to go in live with us. All right, come talk that talk with us. So there's two things that I want to say. On our second show that we ever did, one of the things that we talked about was ego, right? And so Quan brought up one of those things where I think it was Quan who said that you don't think that band directors are going to want to give up the idea of that title of being the top band, right? Or they have a lot to lose. So right now, when we look at HBCU band programs, does that goes back to one of the questions that we ever asked? Does ego get in the way of the development of our programs? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, here's my second question, and then y'all can talk amongst yourselves. When we talk about adjudicated programs, I, as a person who worked at a university program and a person who worked at a high school program, think it is completely unfair as a university director to sit back and say, I refuse to be adjudicated, but high schoolers allow themselves all the time to be put on the chopping block. All right. So those are my thoughts. Y'all go ahead and talk.
It's not unfair because high school marching band, the ones that are competitive, are set up to be competitive. The purpose of a college marching band is to support the football team.
Entertainment.
Right. No, it's specifically to support the football team. That's why black college, that's why white college, all these schools marching bands, with the exception of some schools like Talladega and others, exist, is to support the football team. So in some instances, the argument can be, we ain't here for that. We just here, like Mario said, to entertain and to support our football team. So I can understand if the argument was that. The argument that none of us agree with, Julia, is, and why I think it is fair, is because we always hear this band's the best, that band's the best. All these bands are the best. You always putting yourself in that category, prove it. I think that's where I disagree. So, when I look at some of these competitive high schools, I was talking to some friends this weekend, man. There's a school in Texas. I want to leave their names anonymous. But there's a school in Texas right now, y'all, and this is most of those bands that competed in BOA. Their marching band budget is $2 million for high school marching band. They raise $2 million every year to be a competitive marching band. Their students pay $4,000 a year in marching band fees.
What they do?
They make BOA every year. That's what they do. They make BOA finals every year. They made BOA finals this year. You can try to figure out who the band is, but the person I was talking to said somebody did a dissertation on the correlation between band budget and participation in BOA finals, and they found that majority of those bands have at least over $1 million budget to be able to compete at those finals. $1 million budget, not counting scholarship, is bigger than every HBCU band in the country. Every band, the only other band I know that's up there is like Ohio State and others. You know what I'm saying? So this is big money. This is big business, y'all. And I think because a lot of our people aren't exposed to that side of what it is, this is not new and uncommon, in that world. It's just that now we're starting to scratch that surface because we're tired of people saying I'm the best just because, I have a bunch of blind followers that sit at my altar every week. We get tired of hearing that. You say you're the best, prove it. So no, June, I don't think it will, bro.
Okay. All right. We got some guests coming in. Crystal, I saw you in here. Come on back through. My bad. We had to finish out that conversation. But some good conversation going on. Let's welcome our first guest. Smash Time in the building. What's going on, bro?
What's up, bro?
What up?
I had to do it just like you, man. I hope I did it some justice.
A little bit.
All right, bro. What you got for us?
Man, just wanted to come on. I've been watching. Well, first I didn't know about the show at all. Some people was sending me the little snippets y'all post, and I didn't like none of them. Just be honest. I was like, damn, Southern haters. Just those small college guys. But some say, Jonathan actually watch the show, don't watch the clips, and I actually got a whole different depiction, an appreciation of the show from just the clips. So y'all doing a good job with those eye-catching clips or whatever. Yeah, man, it's crazy how y'all talking about like the smaller bands, and y'all from Norfolk and y'all from schools on this side. I'm from the South, with the Southern University. Didn't much in the band though, but definitely have a strong band background. This season, crazy. This season, I said I wanted to dedicate a lot of my games to the smaller programs and the programs who don't get no love. You know what I'm saying? So now that I know I have a crazy fan base and people gonna watch almost anything I post, let me go give the smaller programs, you know what I'm saying, the same kind of light that I get at big programs. And I ain't gonna lie, I've learned a hell of a lot. I've experienced a lot of stuff that I wish I would have known, as a kid, a younger growing up, because all we exposed to down south in New Orleans is Southern Grambling, Jackson State, you know what I'm saying, per se. But definitely the Norfolk and Hampton, the whole Virginia, to be honest, like, damn, like, just the culture and like how, like, like when, like I said, when Knighton went to South Carolina State, we like, why he went to South Carolina State? But then you go look at the band, they're actually good. They're just not like big, like our bands are down south. So I guess I got a newfound appreciation, and y'all show a lot of love. Like when I went to the Norfolk Hampton game, Mr. Jones invited me to the trip to Mason Day Parade. That's actually where I'm at right now. I'm with the band. So yeah, man, I just like y'all content, and just wanted to say keep it going.
Appreciate it, bro.
That's what's up, man.
bro.
Yeah, man.
So you in Jersey City right now?
Yeah, I'm at the hotel with them. So we about to head out in a couple hours at a practice, but yeah.
So the school they went to yesterday, Science Park in Newark. Did you
Yesterday,
know that
they didn't go? That was Monday. I made it in after that.
on Monday. Yeah, on Monday. That's my school.
Okay, that's dope. You the band director there?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I'm the band director there. One of the drum majors, Jeremiah, is one of my students, and the trombone section leader is from my school too.
The trombone. Okay, yeah, bet. Well, I made it in after they left. So my first thing was the performance at the park. So that's what I posted first.
Oh, dope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. And I want to say this, man, and I think that's one of the things that, as far as this show is that I always want to try to make sure that we have people who are in the trenches, who are being able to give this feedback. So I'm an educator. I'm still in the system. I used to be assistant band director at Prairie View. Chief is a band director in New Jersey. Rick used to be the former band director at Prairie View. He's a associate band director at UConn. Quan is working at Worthing. Dante, even though he's a guest today, but he's a band director in Richmond, man. So, we always want to try to make sure that the information that we're giving back is also from the perspective of we in the trenches, we didn't march, and we know, what's going on both sides. So, I appreciate the love, bro. And definitely, man, I respect the fact that you were out there giving, those small bands that love, man, because a lot of people, when we're looking at the comments, man, a lot of people, that's what they're talking about. It's like a lot of people don't talk about the small bands, man. And honestly, it's really crazy to even say this. Norfolk, outside of our Norfolk's Now media team, doesn't really get a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? And so I really appreciate you, doing what you're doing and made that commitment to do that, man. So much respect and much love to that, bro.
Let me take that before you say you gotta say. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, man. Robin in New Orleans, Robin always talk about Norfolk this, Norfolk that. We laughing around as, but only thing we ever heard of is like the old Norfolk. So I wanted to be the one to be like, now that I got everything, let me go see what Norfolk hidden from. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what the hype actually is. I like that damn. I want to say that 09 band. They was serious as hell. I was a freshman. I was a senior in high school in 2010, so I understand. Damn, that's the band they be talking about Norfolk. You know what I'm saying? But shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm a musician. I appreciate that. So you absolutely right. Getting the perspective of the small bands. It's like I say, it's homage. But you go ahead, Rick.
Well, let me ask you a question, bro. I gotta bring the tea. Who you think?
I definitely got it for you too.
Who you think the best band in the country is right now?
Right now, Southern University is not even a question, and it's not because of the hype. I mean, okay, why? Okay, from consistency. Let me tell you, before I get on the show, I watched the last 3 weeks from the gays to the damn what it was y'all was talking about. And I've been watching the shows to see what I gotta say. I'm gonna just say consistency. Like I see y'all been talking a lot about you're trying to write about this social media presence. I'm sorry, 2021. Like I had a problem. I wasn't in the band. When I wanted to do this small band thing, I went to go record this small band, right? Not to toot my own horn, but I pulled up, they didn't know who the hell I was. Like I was like damn, y'all don't know anything. But man, considering this consistency, man, like we know they got a crazy fan base, and people gonna say they're number one just because they got a lot of D-riders. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you can't find too many bands like Southern that has a lot of D-riders that can back that up most of the time. Hard to find they gonna kill it more than you can find a mistake. Not saying they're gonna make it, they make a hell of a lot of them, but their goods are where they bads, and that's why I'm gonna say different shows. We're at 19 season. They had a battle every week. Pulled off Bayou Spike Championship and Rose Bowl. Stop playing. Band's not doing that. You know what I'm saying? So like that's my opinion on who the best band in the country is right now. But I will say there's a lot of bands that people don't talk about that can be the top bands in the country. I'm gonna just roll with them because of the consistency. If you put them up against 10 bands, they're gonna kill a bunch of them. There's no shade to another band, but sometimes we gotta be real with ourselves. And also, you can't even have a bad conversation for real, and not even name them, even if it's off their mess up.
I don't disagree with that at all.
No, right. I agree. I agree with you 100%. I don't think you can't be taken seriously if you have an HBCU band conversation and don't mention Southern. But you say you watched it, bro. I'm gonna push back from the standpoint of this. You say you saw Norfolk. Norfolk sounds better than Southern. They just do. I think Norfolk doesn't get the publicity that Southern gets. I think Southern has a little more energy and excitement around them than what Norfolk has. But when you just talk about sound itself, not anything else, fundamentals of music and sound, you can actually hear Norfolk's woodwinds. They aren't just there for decoration. You can actually hear dynamics and intonation. Like those type of things like makes it very difficult for me. If you talk about excitement, in your face, power, bombacity, yes, Southern takes it.
Okay, but that's why I can go here with you because I mean you have a track record. Ain't somebody get your doctorate? Yeah, I've been watching the show in a minute before I get on to speak. That sound, that's cool. That's a part of it. But I don't. If that's the case, half the bands on y'all side sound way better than the bands in the SWAC. If we just being honest. We talk about strictly sound. Close your eyes, just listen to it. It sound better. But that excitement is what they just get that kid to come to your school. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how you put it. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm gonna just say message to the bands out there that just have the sound like the Norfolks. Well, Norfolk, that's a damn good band. I was there in person for that. I wanted to go see what they sound like outside the videos. Yeah. Even though y'all might not agree with that in the ghetto, that's the one that made me like, Lord have mercy. Like, if you can give me that on that song, I need it more. You know what I'm saying? If I see you can give me some of that one time, and then you give me the dynamics and everything from the y'all use out there woodwinds. And my favorite clip from Norfolk this year is the little one. Eddie, I watched Eddie record that video on the cell phone. And when y'all sing that little song, the call and response, that shit gangster. I like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they do sound good, but what's gonna happen on the field? You know what I'm saying? You have a bomb ass hot ice, the true dance team, but if they're not getting you down, Samaya, if you're not getting the songs to give that energy to the other team, giving across the field, they're gonna say you lost because all we playing is soft stuff that sound good. So it's hard.
I can definitely respect that opinion, bro. Like we have that same feedback for the band that we marched in. You know what I'm saying? Like Norfolk is still playing songs that they played when I was in the band. I was in the band almost over 20 years ago.
Y'all said it on the last show. I'm gonna tell you, last show.
Right? You'll have more critics from Norfolk about Norfolk than probably anywhere else. You may not hear us say it in the public all the time. But
y'all say I'm all ears. I'm telling you.
We definitely get on our program a lot, man. We get on our program a lot because we expect greatness from them. You know what I mean? And all of us, coming from that program and loving it so much, knowing the potential that's there and seeing this media presence being able to push maybe even mediocre bands to the forefront. It's like if you could just take what we're doing and put this out there, man, like, and then when you get that opportunity, Don't leave early in the fifth quarter when you've been waiting all year and you ain't seen no band. Don't
And
leave and bring the drummers down and don't do right.
And
So
they gotta the band gotta make the calf. Boy, stop playing. Like that
man.
was my
Come
biggest.
on,
I
man.
came all the way from New Orleans to watch Hampton versus Norfolk, and I only got 3 songs because the band gotta make the calf, but I got almost a 45-minute drum set. Stop playing. I'm a realist. You know what I'm saying? Either y'all didn't have songs, or y'all didn't want that smoke with Little Hampton. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way I'm.
And the crazy part is they had songs. They definitely had the power. The director is, when we were in school, we used to complain about this, and this is something we mentioned on the show before. We used to have times we only had one stand rehearsal a week, man. Like we would just practice songs and we're gonna play in the stands. We call it stand rehearsal, where everybody else is like regular band practice, just working on tunes. We literally only worked on the field show during the week. That's it. That was it. And then you have one day you would go over stuff you're gonna play in the stands. And so when you have a culture like that, if the director feels like they won on the field, that's it.
Let me tell you the difference between like Smash Time. Like I'm an energy guy. If it ain't got energy, I don't even want it. Like let me say, did y'all Norfolk fans? Y'all seen that video I posted of them just standing at attention with almost 15,000 views?
When they were outside of Hampton, right?
Did you see it? I posted that video for one reason. The best band is a discipline band. This band scares me. I don't want to walk by the hot ice garden guns and keep playing. You know what I'm saying? The discipline factor. So you mix that with a little bit of just a small aggression. Rick, send me one of them hits you got over there. Why did not playing music? You know what I'm saying? All y'all band are gonna hit that with the. Just give me a little bit of that. Back to like PV. Y'all was at PV. I got something I call the new PV and the old PV. You wanna know what it is? The new PV that y'all spoke about 2 episodes ago when y'all say we watch all of our hard work being the 18 and the 19 band. Yeah, I called Nina Rogers, bro, went over there. I know y'all seen that Push It clip in the auditorium. When I was lit, I can take something so small that you got, know how to just display it right. That's how the media works, you know what I'm saying? And now I have over 50,000 views on it because I know one thing, Adelaide and just show them actually giving us what we want. They're the truth. Push it. That damn Genesis fanfare. Stop playing. That damn that Cleo song from this year. That's the hottest song out, but it was recorded with y'all media team clips and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? But I'm mad I missed that ground again. So everything y'all saying is right, but I'm always have a but. You just can't get mad at Southern or the bands who have a media presence because they're doing it. All y'all missing is just the stuff that the kids want to play, the opinion of the alumni, somebody to actually listen.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, but I just don't want us as not only members of the culture, man, but people that want to see these programs flourish. It can't just be that, and that's all we ever hear. We don't hear about bands that play with, man, like this Young and the Restless thing, bro. I'm sure you've seen some of the comments that people have about this Young and the Restless thing. Like, we never can appreciate musicality anymore. If it's not power, if it's not energy, if it's not in your face, it gets no recognition at all. And it's always about. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Rick, but I'm sure all y'all could give me an arrangement with all the dynamics in it. Some soft, but you can write Young and the Restless and get me excited about it. Can you
Right.
not?
Right.
Exactly. So that's my point. Still not an excuse for.
So you didn't get any excitement from that Young and the Restless?
It was the shit. But what I'm saying is, give it to one of y'all. What should have did different to it, Rick?
Absolutely
nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
That's cool. That's cool.
That shit was perfect, bro. Because I'm able to listen to that and find enjoyment from it because I can hear the transparency of the woodwinds to the clarinets that's playing an octave above the second clarinets with the saxophones playing in the middle. I can hear that as a musician. So
and now you got me guessing if it's the trumpets or the piccolo.
right. Whereas a normal person that's not listening to it in that way is saying, damn, that shit ain't blowing, so I'm bored, so that it ain't good. And that's what I want, bro. Like when that first woodwind note came in, I got goosebumps because of how in tune the piccolos were. Because we all know on this call as band directors, and bro, like piccolo and HBCU, we might as well just call that instrument out of tune. That might as well be the name of the instrument. To get 16, 17 piccolos to play that in tune was super. I got goosebumps. I was like, this is about to be the shit. Just from that one note, bro. But that's how I listen to band music, and maybe that's just me, man. You know, maybe
No, it's not. It's not just you. It's just a matter of like, I think what I do like about Southern and the bands like who have the media game by the neck. Southern to play some shit that'll make a real musician be like, damn, or like people who actually care about like, damn, why y'all can't give me four or five of these instead of all these rap daddies like y'all call them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like so it's like y'all can do it. You have the capability of it because Batman, you had to be in a stadium for your jaw to drop. Like when Brian wrote that shit, like that was one of the ones like, damn, are we at a movie theater kind of shit? Like you had to respect it. Now when you go back, people gonna go back and critique it and say the trumpets was out of order. But the fact that he even pulled something out there in the fifth against Jackson State, the biggest band of the bandism, you know what I'm saying, makes you appreciate it. So like I'm saying, Rick, I'm a realist about band, and I don't give my band opinion to everybody. I don't. I'm not even gonna talk about band with too many people because like you'll argue me down that Jackson smashed Southern when you watch my clip. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't go to these HBCU games to even... So I don't talk about bad. I'm saying you're credible, but I just want somebody who actually going to be real with the damn conversation. I never tell who I think won the fifth, but I'm definitely going to tell you my favorite songs from that Joker. So, yeah, man.
All right, man. Respect, bro. Much respect. And I will definitely say I agree with you as it relates to being there, live and in person versus what you hear on that goddamn clip. Because the clip... even the clip may sound amazing, but I know what it feels like to be live, bro. It was like, and we always talk about this. Me and Rick went to that boombox. What year was that, bro? 2013.
Yeah.
That was the
Holy Grail.
Holy Grail year. Mm-hmm. And on the clip, everybody was like, Jackson was meeting Southern, and we were there, bro. Mm-hmm. Like when they turned to Jackson, we was like, oof, yeah. Ain't no way in hell Jackson was
Mario, that shit was moving.
But he felt wind on that other side. So I agree with you, bro. But man, I got to get to the next guest, man. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you for checking us out.
Man, shout out, man.
Man, and everybody, if y'all don't know who Smash Time is, man, he keeps the videos rolling. So, man, y'all go ahead and support that brother too, man.
We may have to get up, bro. You in my neck of the woods, man. Welcome to Jersey, man.
Let me tell you the first thing I said, boy. I said from y'all, why y'all not do dance team everything. I have my own dance team now. That's go y'all probably seen it, but I was just looking at the scenery here in New York and like Jersey. I'm like, why in the hell we don't have like a strong band culture here? I can put together one video and show you why we need to get this on this side. So whatever help you need, Doc, let me know. I fly everywhere in 3 hours. I'm not driving. I'm fine.
Matter of fact, I got a big project I'm working on. I will hit you up. We got to get connect offline, man.
But just DM me on Instagram, Smash Time Productions. I'm gonna get back with you.
Got you. I'm gonna send you something.
Man. Thank y'all for having me, man.
All right, bro.
Have a good one, bro.
And see, man, this is what it's all about, man. Building connections, having these conversations, man. Because I appreciate him and Rick just having that conversation because those are the conversations we need to have, man. Not a whole bunch of drinking dog and man. I appreciate that conversation, man. So
I want this brother Hazel Band, man. I want him if he jump on, bro, because I want to address something he said, man. Because I vehemently disagree with what he said, man. Is he on you? Is he one of the people calling in?
Nah.
Yeah, Hazel Band, man. He made the statement that nobody cares about the Young and the Restless because they don't know it and all. I disagree. The people that care go to fam. And that's why that shit sounds that way.
No.
The people that care about musicality and all those things go to those schools. They just do.
Oh yeah, to those schools. But I'm gonna say, my bad. Yeah, but
I'm not talking about the song itself.
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
Overall, bro. I mean, it was put like the Young and the Wrestler displayed everything that you would want from a band.
Absolutely.
Like real talk. And I was thinking about like back in the day, like when you used to truly have like battles. If one school would play a gospel song, you had another song that played another. Like you had something in your chamber just in case, kind of like a DJ battle from across the stands, bro. But I mean, we don't have that anymore. But that was an awesome piece. I don't give a damn nobody.
I'm about to say before we this girl Maya then smashed the whole plate, and She done took whatever drink was in that cup to the head, and she felt it. You can feel
Hey,
her
she
pulling
had
it
two
out.
hands like
How
Smokey
much
had
you
on
two
that
hand that
Kool-Aid
jump
cup.
like?
Listen,
The Kool-Aid,
I
bro.
can't even
Old
listen.
school with the Kool-Aid.
Listen,
Hey,
that
Chris.
plate was calling my name, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Good
But listen, I
Lord.
have to go and take care of business, and I'm gonna
Hey,
follow it
look,
up too.
Gotta
look,
I'm about
real
that
quick.
stud.
I just got to make this public service announcement real quick, man. Before we get to Crystal, man. Look, I just got to put it out there real quick, man. As an H-Town representative, born and raised in H-Town, Maine, the Rockets that won their second game. Good Lord, thank God.
You know you something when you gotta make that announcement. You know your team stinks when you
The
gotta
Rockets
make
That boy
that
did a
won
whole
their second
testimony.
game, dog. They got 25 seconds left. It's 114, 101.
Look how happy he is, yo. Look
I'm
how happy he
excited,
is.
dog. Look, dog, my heart done been hurt every single goddamn game, bro. So my
Look, Chris
boys,
had to, look,
they
Chris
done
like,
pulled
it
it
don't
out,
make sense
dog.
unless I see it myself.
They got their
It's
second
only-
win. That's probably gonna be their last one all year, man.
The
All right,
Pistons got 4, baby. We got 4.
Hey, somebody said Maya on her Thanksgiving 0 quarter.
And damn.
Real quarter.
And listen, I'm about to go back for second. Shit.
Oh, man, she
man.
got that food in her mouth like a goddamn chipmunk throwing some.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, one thing about it, and two things for sure. I'm gonna eat.
Oh yeah,
Big girl gonna eat no
And
regardless.
everybody,
Like,
and
y'all
everybody
be trying to be
knows.
cute with
Hey,
it. Like, oh, let me turn the
we
camera
took
off.
y'all.
Let me
We
get it
took
from
y'all
the
to Golden
side.
Corral. We already know what you gonna do. We took y'all that whole Fox line. We took
And
y'all
guess
to
what? The
Golden Corral.
Foxes had the most place
Bruh,
on the table for
absolutely.
any section.
Absolutely.
All of
Y'all did not hold nothing back. I can tell
Ben
y'all right
Kemp
now.
in the MSC in the cab,
All
most
the
place
plate.
on the table. Golden Corral,
All
most
the
place
plate.
on the table. She gonna
Hey,
eat.
I remember.
She ain't got nothing on that Morgan calf, right, Crystal? Complete and utter
Belgian waffles every day, all day. Belgian waffles.
straight bucket.
Waffle. I gotta learn how to say it, Krista. Waffles. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Here you go.
I can't get the accent, man. But what's up, Crystal? What's going on?
Nothing much. Listen, I wanted to go back. Y'all were talking about adjudicated bands. Listen, y'all know that these folk don't want their bands adjudicated. Rick, you know, Dante, you know, Quan, you sure as hell know. These folk don't want to have to actually listen to an opinion outside of their fan base. And that's why these bands will never be adjudicated. They don't want to hear. And listen, I'm coming from my first year with a high school, I got adjudicated and I got my feelings hurt. It's a hard pill to swallow when somebody say everything about your band that you didn't think about, and that ignorance is bliss. So you get to say, well, we don't do those things because that's what we love to blame it on white people. Oh man, that's what white bands do, and this is whatever. And high schools have to do that shit all the time. High school band directors get beginners and they gotta put their ass on the stage and be judged by people who don't give a good goddamn how long that kid been playing. They want to hear fundamentals. And it's not that it can't be done. We don't want it to be done. Right. If we wanted it to be done, it would have been done. But we don't want nobody to say that the Kangs ain't Kangs. We don't want nobody to say and what's really truthful about adjudication is it's not necessarily always saying that your band is good. It's just talking about the stuff that you can improve on. Right. And so back to that ego conversation, mofos got egos and egos get hurt and they don't want someone to say that they don't know what the hell they doing, even if they don't know what the hell they doing. And it's nothing like that more than a band director who got there too early, too soon, and someone said, good job, too early. When someone here too early, you did a good job, your band is this, that, you don't want to hear nobody say, yeah, but those piccolos though. Then you be like, that's how piccolos play. Like, shut up. That's not how piccolos play. Listen to that Nadia's theme. Piccolos can play in tune. Maybe you don't give a good damn about intonation, and that's okay. Be real to thy own self, be true. Nobody wants to be, roll it out. Roll it out. You don't want somebody to say, stop, your trombones are playing too close to fourth when they should be playing closer to third. They don't want to hear those comments because that's people who actually know what the hell they talking about. They like people. Stop rolling in and out, Quan. Pull that neck out. You don't want to hear that shit. You don't want to hear the dancers can't do a plie. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that they don't know how to do a drop spin right and catch it on time. You don't want to hear those things. See, people being adjudicated know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. And the truth of the matter is, we got band directors that got premature jobs, premature accolades. And as soon as somebody like me be like, oh, she don't know what the hell she talking about. Her nobody's saying her group good or his group good. Yeah, but I know what to do to fix it.
But the thing about it, Crystal, is this. Hey, Eco. hey.
Don't play with it now.
Crystal, the thing about it is this. There is a group of bands that do want to get adjudicated, but because everybody's favorite bands, and I'm going to do that plural, don't want to be adjudicated, even if all those bands that did say, you know what, we're just going to do it anyway, it still wouldn't have the legitimacy because those other bands are not in it. So at the end of the day, it's like, you damn if you do, you damn if you don't. Like, and that's what we're trying to do with, the high school side. Why everybody weak?
They said I got an Instagram filter. Hey, y'all just,
Instagram got an Instagram for no color. We don't know.
Yeah, don't play on my top. We got a fan that do the light, a dimmer. Don't be playing on my top, bro.
Hey.
But let me tell y'all the true test of whether or not you are confident in what your group can do. Will you let somebody else stand on your podium? And see, people who won't let somebody else stand on their podium are intimidated by somebody giving their kids information that didn't come from them. We got God complexes with this podium, y'all. We think we are Jesus Christ on his holy diadem when it comes to that podium. We don't want an adjudicator. Go ahead, start it up. We don't want that clinician. We don't want to put a student on that ladder because we're afraid that a student on that ladder might get a result that we can't without fear, intimidation, yelling, screaming, cussing you out, theatrics with arms, conducting like you trying to bring down a plane and it ain't doing sugar, honey, iced tea for them dynamics.
But the other part of it is this, Crystal. Like, say
Maya, funny. Keep eating Maya.
Right, you go ahead, Maya. Say every band in the country, right, Crystal, went and got adjudicated, right? You got some people that wouldn't even, I don't trust them results because they ain't put this band first. They ain't put that band first. Like, you got.
Did they get their degree from Walmart?
Hey,
Jesus, Crystal.
Got them degrees with them horns and clarinets and trumpets that you can get from Walmart.
That's $99.
Dude, they got a Mendini degree. They got the Mendini degrees. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Colorful clarinets that can't play in tune. That's where their degree come from. I don't trust it. Like potato salad. I don't trust everybody potato salad.
But to your point, Crystal, like we're talking, one of the most humbling feelings that I've ever had was when I took my beginner group to be adjudicated. And those judges, they weren't assholes, they weren't buttholes or anything. They was like, say, we know what type of school you are at. We know your situation. Let's walk through where they literally gave them students a 15 to 20 minute clinician. Hey, y'all, let's fix this. Because they were experts and they were master bandsmen. The problem is, like when we talk about that ego, you can't humble yourself enough to say, look, I know I don't know everything. So let me learn with my kids on how to fix this to get the result that I want. The bottom line is the result. My mom always used to tell me, I don't give it, like it was a couple of us in the house. She was like, I don't give a damn. By 9 o'clock, I want these dishes washed. I don't give a damn who do it, but the dishes better be washed. It shouldn't matter who teaches us the methods, but can we learn those methods and get it done so that we can push the standard to get to the next level? It takes a sense of humility to get that on, man.
Hey, Tay.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how you know you from the South? Because the word humble ain't got no H in it whatsoever. Just throw the H away. Just humble. I'm so
Listen,
humble.
they keep making fun of how I talk, so you be great, okay? You be great. You can drop off all the compliments.
Crystal, ain't nobody made fun of how you talk. I just want to get it right. Because if I get it,
I gave you a whole meme on how to get it right.
But I'm still struggling. I can't get it right. I can't get none of them cues right. I can't do it
So
yet.
what you're saying is what's gonna bring this all home is people don't study to show thyself approved. And what happened is they get afraid that somebody's gonna actually prove that they don't really know shit.
Ooh.
Humble.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you can say it. Oh, and Julie, you just a goofy, man.
Don't be talking about how we say two.
Yeah, please leave us alone.
Don't be
Like,
coming for
seriously.
us. But nah, for real, people don't want to be adjudicated. Y'all know that. And you know that this is all ego driven.
It's me talking.
Listen, there's Laura in my house eating up my food before Thanksgiving. We ain't even cooked yet, and she's still eating. We ain't even cooked yet. We ain't even at that point.
I was about to say, I didn't know you had a conscience back there. My bad. All right, go ahead.
Nah, but for real, the people don't listen. See, people still talk about how I talk. Don't be coming to how I talk. If enough band directors actually said they want to get something done, it would happen. The problem is we give too much power to the powerless. Too much power to the powerless. We kind of fold with people who we shouldn't really be folding to, and then we get mad when they dictate how the game is played when we give them the ball and let them run around the field and look like an idiot, and we'll never check them. And then, we like, well, I'm just trying to keep the peace or whatever. But they don't keep the peace when they talk about our programs.
Crystal, who the best band in the country right now?
Ooh, y'all want to hear this answer?
I do.
She gonna say
we just had this conversation. My conscious, aka Lauren, she's not even my conscious. She's like my unconscious. In my opinion, if I just and I was talking about how people have a hard time with rating a band in the current now. We like to go by what their history has been. I would say right now it's Norfolk. And you heard how I said Norfolk, right? Yeah. It's Norfolk.
No, you got it. I mean, you
just need to put a little more O on it. You just need North.
But she got the ending part right because she got the foot part right. So
to me, and here's why. Because they don't forego the musicality and they up their game in the entertainment value. Because I'll say Norfolk wasn't very entertaining for a long time. And see, Rick, but you know what? That's being very transparent. But they changed, they turned it up a little bit this year, and they didn't forego musicality to do it. Right. See, everybody I watch, they turn one thing down for the other thing. I would say honorable mention Kentucky. God damn, where they come from? Like I'm telling you, where they come from? They came from nowhere, and that's because they were minding their own damn business, and they wasn't giving a good goddamn about what everybody was saying about them, and their whole sound concept changed. And they didn't lose the things that they were doing well for it. That's been reflective. That's what we call reflective practices. There's a lot of Alabama State.
That's my band.
Alabama State worked on themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they worked on themselves. They worked on themselves.
I love them.
I don't think
I ain't saying that I couldn't give them number one, but I could say in their trajectory, they're doing a lot better than they had been. And a lot of small bands. I heard a clip of Benedict College. I was like, whoa, right. Benedict, they proved.
What about
small bands came up?
I gotta go. We never spoke about Allen University. I don't know if they were rebuilding or something, but but they're doing good, bro.
Small bands came up this year.
And Crystal, I'm glad you brought this up because now everybody going in the comments saying we need to give all our thoughts on this. But I'm gonna actually say this. What is it? FMU? FMU?
Florida Memorial.
Bro.
Yeah.
Has anybody listened to them?
Yes, bro.
I heard them.
They sound
good.
Man. They sound good.
Bro.
But they don't matter because they're small.
No, they don't matter because they don't have the right name. That's it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I said that out loud.
Their initials aren't good.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's been many. before this Young and the Restless clip, there have been many clips that they have put out where they sounded better than Fam.
Yeah,
Man,
don't say
Right.
that too loud. You know,
it's true.
Well,
though.
Fam sometimes can be like the skull and crossbones. They just come out.
They
oh
can be
fam,
loud. It can be
Hey,
loud.
that
fam,
Dottie Peoples though, that on time God,
Hey,
that
oh
on time
fam.
God, James.
Hey man,
bro.
Fam is an overrated man. Y'all go ahead and say it.
hey,
Well,
Bethune.
well, hold up. Let's do this. Let's do this because I know that this show can go a long time if we start getting this. So, Crystal, you already know you didn't made honorary family, so you know you got dibs whenever you want to get in with
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch Half Baked.
it. Yeah. Enjoy. But no, we appreciate you, Crystal. But yeah, man, thanks for stopping through. I appreciate you supporting us. You already know we love you.
Much love.
All right. All right, man. Let's go ahead and do our normal little closeout, man. Hey, it's Thanksgiving week. I know people got things to do with family, but who is anybody staying for the after party?
yeah,
Anybody?
yeah, I'm sticking around. Quan,
Okay.
I
I
might go get another plate, maybe.
yeah, Quan
well,
got
you
to
can
find
get
his
another plate.
color.
You done already smashed, so it's all good.
Now
No, I
I'm gonna
need
keep on my
second.
son, man.
Okay. Mario, I know you.
Yeah, I just came back out of nowhere, man. I got family at the crib, man.
Yeah, I know you might have to dip.
Yeah, I got my mom Dukes, man. She came here from Detroit, man.
Man,
So
I ain't seen your
We
mom in
can't use
years.
that as an excuse on a regular day. He be gone as soon as the shit.
He do. He be dipping. He like, hey, all right, join over, out.
Last
no, man,
time Mario didn't even say bye. He just tipped.
Right.
no. I
Screen
can tell
just
you,
cut off.
no, my shit just went off. Actually, I don't know what happened. My computer went off, and I was about to log back on, but I'm like, my daughter was going to bed. I'm like, I gotta go ahead and put her down, man. And once I do that, man, that night is going, bro. I gotta wind it down, cousin.
I feel you.
Wind it
But
down.
then
Like
let's go.
I stepped on some toes, yo.
No, not yet, because we probably gonna
I
get
don't think
to it.
I don't think FAMU's overrated. And I don't think Bethune's overrated. I just think Bethune hasn't added more songs to the book, and I think Fam will always be better than Bethune for me. For me,
I think that's a
For me.
historical thing, though.
for me, this is me. It's
But
just me.
yo,
It's
let's
me.
do this. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and shut the show down real quick. The main show and get to the after party, and then we can have this conversation because I know a lot of people, you know, we really kind of open it up a little bit more in the after party, man. So I want to
Facts.
make sure that we do this and we do it the right way. All right. So before we go through our normal let's continue with our normal process. First thing I want to do, first of all, is show a lot of love and respect to Melvin Miles. Mr. Melvin Miles, he did his last marching band game this past weekend, and much love to him. Was it 42 years? Is that right?
No, 49.
49 years.
49 years.
As the director of bands at Morgan State University, also influential brother in KK Psi. So we always want to give him his love and respect, man.
Shout out to Ada Gamma.
Yes. So much love to Melvin Miles. Also, man, it was two tragedies that happened this past week, man. So much love and respect to Andrews ISD, man. For that, they had a major accident that took place as they were on their way to a performance. They lost their band director, so we want to actually send love to that particular school, Andrews ISD, Andrews High School, as well as, and I want to make sure I say this right, Waukesha. Did I say that right? I don't know if anybody knows if I'm saying that right, but if anybody doesn't know, there was a major Thanksgiving parade that was going on, and a car decided that they wanted to drive through the parade and run over all the parade participants, and there were a couple of band members that were affected by that. So we want to send our love support out to them. What I did want to do, if it's possible, man, if we can do this, or as a matter of fact, we'll talk about it on the show, or we'll talk about it behind the scenes, and then we'll come back to it. I don't want to just jump out there and just do some random stuff. And then finally, what I do want to say is we got to support Hampton, man. Hampton in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. So if you're watching, us right now. If you're in the comment section, let's support Hampton, man. Let's make sure that we give them some love, man, and show them some support, and let's get that information out to everybody to make sure we watch them. I don't care what else you do. Random. All right, I don't care what else you do though, man. Let's support Hampton as they perform the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I remember what it felt like to perform in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I did it my senior year at Willow Ridge High School, and so it's a very big thing. I remember those early morning rehearsals, and so we want to continue to support them as they are out there. All right, cool. Let's also get to the other stuff that we talk about. You already know how it is. Make sure you support my LB, man. Especially during this holiday season. If you haven't picked up a Little Love seasoning, everything tastes better with a little love. All seasoning, my LB. So please make sure that you go and pick his seasoning up. He has an assortment of seasoning, and this is definitely the holiday season when you need to do it, especially for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So make sure you pick up his seasoning, a little love. He was also featured on I think it's T-Pain's new video where they talking about the Buy Black video. So he was definitely featured on there. His season is on there, man. So he's making some big strides, man. So support to my LB. And I will put the link for the seasoning inside of the comment section. All right. Quan, go ahead. Exclusively HBCU. Quan, you got it.
All right, exclusively HBCU is a historical Black college and Greek D9 apparel. It's Black owned. Go support it. I'm gonna try to get on the show one day to pop up, and I did tell her about your request for your purple and gold stuff, Rick. So I got you on that. Man. But exclusively HBCU. Go and check out the links and go on do y'all things and go on purchase that for y'all Christmas purchases as the upcoming D9 holidays and all of that stuff about to pop up.
Yeah,
all right, and
the real one.
Oh, what'd you say?
She just missed the real one, but we good.
Well, some real mess. So also, if you're inside and you watch us right now in the comments, man, if you have something that if you have a business or something like that, we want to kind of try to make sure that we always support you guys and especially support Black. So if you have something, if you have a business out there, please shoot it to me. You can email me at passionis1919 at gmail.com. Once again, that's passionis1919 at gmail.com. Give us your information, as well as some promotional pictures that we can put up, and we will put it up for you. Go ahead and get that stretch in, because that after party coming, Maya. Look at it. You getting the stretch in. He's like, Mario, like, man, I might stick around for a couple of seconds, man. All right, boy, before we get out of here, man, I know we always got our final thoughts, man. So, Dante, first of all, I'm going to start with you, man. Appreciate you for joining us this week, man. We appreciate your conversation. And you got any final thoughts for the culture?
I appreciate you for having me. First off, I'm kind of glad we got into that talk about the smaller groups, man. We always hearing these same big names, but we got to start saying the names of the groups that aren't that don't fall into this, this status of we these monster groups, because those are the majority. Just keeping it real, man. It's not a bunch of bands out there that got over 250 people. So let's not forget about them, man. Some good things happening in the world and the culture, and we missing it because we only talking about Southern. We're only talking about Jackson. We're only talking about PV.
Okay. All right.
What's good, Ma?
Maya, you got anything for the? You already know what's coming. You got anything for the culture?
I mean, same as always. Reach one, teach one. Put your money where your mouth is. Let's just continue to progress forward. I mean, shows like this, we're doing exactly what we need to do every single week. More and more people are tapping in. So, yeah, let's just keep it going.
All right. Mario, any final thoughts for the culture?
Yeah, man, I got a big thing, man. I want to say I'm going to send out a huge thank you and congratulations to the Hampton University Marching Force Marching Band, man. And special shout out to Dr. Thomas Jones, man. I had the unique pleasure. So we had set up something previously for them to come up to Science Park, my high school that I teach at, and they were going to come up, and I was going to invite some high schools over, and then somehow the city got involved, the mayor's office got involved, and it just kind of took the whole thing. Then we ended up having it at NJIT, and they had AJ Calloway from 106 and Park, and DJ Envy was there, and it was like a whole big thing with all the high schools. So it worked out well. But then Dr. Jones was like, I want to keep to what I discussed with you about them coming up to the school. So after they performed for all the schools in Newark Public Schools, they came over to Science Park. They were going to march over from, because NJIT and Science Park is really close. And they were going to march over, but they came over to the school and honored the word, man, came and performed for our students there, man. And I just couldn't have been more like proud and happy, man. It was the first time in my knowledge, and I do have a little bit of an insight on this, but maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that I'm correct, that any HBCU full marching band has ever performed in a high school in Newark Public Schools. So to have that as the very first time that's ever happened, to my knowledge, it's wonderful that I was able to kind of like help facilitate that, but it was that it was a Virginia band, and we joked about the Norfolk thing, but in all seriousness, man, like Virginia was like it's home for me, you know what I'm saying? Outside of Detroit, Virginia was like home for me, and so to have people come there, and then I had two students who are like my sons, man. I literally call them son. Both of them are. One is now my frat brother twice. He's Phi Mu Alpha and he's KK Psi, and then the other one, he's the drum major at Hampton. One of the drum majors at Hampton, and they are both graduating seniors. So they finished. So it was a big full circle moment where they got to come back to their high school and perform in their last year, and they get to do the Macy's Day Parade. Man, it's beautiful. So I'm gonna try to get myself up in the morning and go over to New York to see them, man, because I'm just so proud of them kids, man. They came from a situation where both of those kids play trombone. They learned how to play the trombone in 10th grade. I got them. One got at the end of 9th grade, the other one started in 10th grade. And then by the time they were seniors, they were playing all the 12 major scales. They were doing A2s. They were sight reading. They were doing everything by their senior year. And they were able to audition to get, really great scholarships to attend a very expensive school in Hampton University. And now to be able to not, because a lot of people go to school, but they went to school and they're graduating, man. And both are doing really outstanding. So I was just really, really excited, man. If anybody follows me on Facebook, that's Mario B. Banks. Check out the post, man. You get to see the performance, some of the performance clips, as well as the stuff that they did at NJIT, man. So shout out to Hampton University, man, and the whole team over there, man. And I just really appreciate y'all, man. So hopefully we can keep something going, man. I'm trying to have something real big in the Northeast, as I was just talking to Justin from Smash Time about, man. So I'm trying to bring something to the Northeast, man. We need HBCU culture up here, like, in a bad way. So thanks again. That was what I wanted to say. So sorry.
All right, cool, man. That's all great, So ain't too much you can say about that, but just amazing, man. All right, Rick. Any final thoughts? Anything for the culture?
Yeah, I got a couple things, man. Just give me a little time. First of all, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hopefully, everybody gets a chance to spend some time with family and friends. Y'all pray for me because I'm writing a 15-page paper over Thanksgiving break, and then I'm right back to studying for my comp exams during Christmas break. So it's a hectic time. Ron Trail, Callahan, that piece has not been published yet. I was able to perform it in conjunction with the Christensen family. That's something I'm working on for my doctorate. So just reach out to me on Facebook. I can give you that information once it comes. Y'all, we lost a black legend, a jazz legend, to the culture. So I just want to say rest in peace to Slide Hampton.
Slide Hampton.
Yeah, I got a chance to actually meet Slide Hampton in 2000, my freshman year. We went up to the Villanova Jazz Festival. Down to North Carolina. And Slide Hampton was the featured artist, and we won that jazz festival. So that night, we got a chance to play with Slide Hampton, and him and Miss Sanders were soloing together, and it was amazing. So rest in peace to a black legend, musical legend in jazz and everything, Slide Hampton. Want to thank everybody for supporting my recital, man. So many people, they told me, the internet traffic was like crazy. So thank you guys for coming out and supporting my recital. It was a major success. The kids played well. I was really satisfied with some things, here and there, but, that's part of what we do. But for the most part, man, the kids just knocked it out of the park. So thank you guys for supporting the recital, man. You guys are awesome about that, man. Everybody, for the culture, I know you guys love the culture. Next week, SWAC Championship, PV and Jackson First time they've seen each other this year. So make sure you guys go support the SWAC championship, man. I know they're both gonna be there, so that should be a good band battle. And then lastly, y'all, like I told y'all, I'm gonna make it a thing for me that I want to play or give music that I think we should all be listening to, support black music. So I got 4 artists for you guys today that I think you should check out. One of them is a group from Richmond, actually, called Butcher Brown. Butcher Brown has a chart with Alex Isla right now. It's a remake of the song "Remind Me." Butcher Brown is a hot group. If y'all ain't heard them, y'all need to check them out.
Sir.
And
Yes,
Alex
sir.
Mosley is the deal. Like she's probably one of my favorite singers right now. So check out Butcher Brown. Devin Morrison is another great, like think Moonchild, but a little more soulful. Like that's Devin Morrison. Like he even does a lot of gigs. The first time I saw him, he was performing with Moonchild. He opened for them. And then lastly, y'all, Braxton Cook. Braxton Cook went to Juilliard. One of the most beautiful. Matter of fact, I even got it queued up. Listen to this tone, man.
Hey, you can't play a lot though. You
I
play a
know.
lot.
Yeah, copyright that is. But
Copyright.
hey, one of the most
Smitty.
beautiful alto saxophone sounds I've heard. Like the man is just incredible. So if you
He
want
sings too now, man.
and he sings, yeah. So if you
Yeah.
want some like laid back, like great music, and stuff that you haven't heard before, check out these artists, man. Some good stuff out there. So just want
That's
to close
water.
that. Yeah.
That's some water, sir. That's you. You listen. You out my playlist, brother. You out my playlist, brother.
So I do want to put this out here, man, and I think we can have this conversation outwardly, because me and Rick have had this conversation. Rick is going to eventually get his own segment on the Passioneers Network, and it's going to be his music, man. Everything that he listens to, why he listens to it. He's going to have his own segment, man. We're waiting for him to get through with the most important thing, which is that doctorate degree, because by far that is the most important thing. But yeah, man, we've already decided that he's gonna get his segment where he's gonna talk about all that water he listens to, and so y'all gonna be able to come through and have a conversation with him, and we'll be able to do it that way. So right now we're gonna kind of piece it through this show, but eventually he's gonna get his own joint, man. So shout outs to Rick, man, because he's always kept me in tune with all the water that's going on out there. So appreciate you, brother. All right, Quan, any thoughts? Any final thoughts for the culture?
Let me first and foremost, let me say congratulations to all band directors for getting through this season. I know it was hard. I mean, going through COVID, the COVID protocol, so forth and so on, to get through a season. And I pray that everybody remains safe through this COVID, this pandemic we still in. First and foremost, number 2, thank y'all for allowing me to be on the show. Let's continue to support music education overall. Congratulations again, Dr. Brown. Awesome show. I watched it from start to finish. That Thad Jones piece, I almost flipped my damn table. But awesome job. My birthday tomorrow, so I'm blessed. I'm blessed. And I know that God has more in store, not just for me, but for all my people. So I want us to see all us win. So that's it for me.
All right, cool, man. Well, happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday.
man. Yeah, for sure, bro.
So your birthday is in 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours my time or our time, not 2 hours Mario and Dante's time. It's 1 hour their time.
1 hour.
Yeah.
60 minutes.
For you, Quan, what I need you to do on your birthday is I need you to stay humble. I want you to be humble. For your birthday.
Humble.
Stay humble, my brother.
Stay humble.
Yeah. See, when I add that ace, that's when the ego comes in. That's what happens.
Man, and then finally, man, for me, the first thing I want to say is this. As you're continuously watching, even if you're in the after party, go ahead and get those likes up, man. Click the like button, man. I appreciate everybody who's continuing to rock with us, everybody who's continuing to support us, all the subscribers that we're continuously getting. I appreciate every single one of you. Go ahead and click that like button, man, because that really, really helps to show the love that you really have and support that you really have for us, other than subscribing. So I appreciate you guys for that. You can continue to click that like button, even if you fell out and then you go back and you watch the beginning later on. Click the like button as you're watching it later on. All right, so we appreciate all that love and support. The second thing that I also want to say is we got to also make sure that we show love to the fact that Southern and Grambling is coming up. That is coming up. All right, so we're gonna talk about that in the after party. We see Rick face already, but we're gonna talk about it in the after party because I know we'll be here all day talking about that, man.
I just got a joke. I would tell you the after party though.
We can talk about it in the after party. Yeah, so but yeah, man. So let's keep that up. Also, man, I also appreciate everybody who continues to support us outside of specifically the show. Everybody who showed up for Rick. I know I posted it up on Instagram. I posted it up on the Facebook, and a lot of people who were clicking the link. He even came and asked me what the link was, and I said I posted it up. But I appreciate all of you guys for continuously supporting us and all of our other endeavors outside of the show, man. That really shows that we are doing something. And I appreciate all the things that we are doing and all the things that we can do to continue to give you guys the kind of content that you all enjoy seeing. We do have some other things that are coming up real big. Maya, you already know we're gonna have to chop it up because we were supposed to meet yesterday. Don't look at me like that. Don't roll your eyes. We were supposed to meet yesterday. But we'll talk about that in the after party. All right.
Shit, I forgot. I'm the answer.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, we're gonna talk about it in the after party. But man, y'all continue to support us and show love to us, man. We're gonna keep continuing this content. You see, we ain't took no break. You know what I'm saying? This is the Thanksgiving week, but we still here, man, because that's how we rock, and we want to continue to show love to all of us who support us. So man, I thank you guys, man. You guys are awesome. We got the after party coming up next. If you're gonna stick around for the after party, we appreciate you guys, and we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff in that after party, so just be ready for that. All right? I don't know if Mario going to dip out. Maybe as soon as this thing click off, he probably going to hit that dip button. You probably won't see him when it come back on, man. But we appreciate you guys. All of my music is by Frat Music, my LB, man, so I just got to make sure he gave me the right to be able to use this. So all these people who coming to me and talking about, oh, some mess, talking about copyright, don't worry. I got permission to use this, all right? Man, appreciate y'all. We will see you guys next week.
Boy, Quan got the birthday filter on.
Y'all trying to play. Somebody said, hit that like a smash button, even if you got Quan's internet. I'm kidding.
Hey, that's why I feel his ass gonna be up here shortly. I already know. So you can. Hey,
That's
Quan,
hilarious, dog.
can I ask a serious question though?
Sure.
Can you please get Verizon or AT&T? Like Cricket, man, you
I
grown.
got Verizon, bro. Y'all tripping. I got Verizon.
Boy, you must live in West Bubblefuck. Like, where do you live? You live in Pearland, don't you? No, you live in Hockley. You live in Hockley.
The land of sugar.
Man, good God, you can't even ride through.
Well, see, when I be leaving the school, I be leaving from Worthing.
Where is that?
Southside.
Yeah, you don't know where Worthing is, bro.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you never went over to Worthing. That's why.
No.
Yeah.
You in a sundown town or something? Shit sounds.
Nah,
Sunny side, bro.
Straight hood.
Yes,
that
sir.
He got that light skin filter.
Sunny side, trap daddy.
Bro, I have a dimmer. I have a dimmer. That's what it is.
Dimmer don't take color out.
hey, this not even my computer, y'all. Stop playing. Playing on my top.
God damn, man. Y'all light that man up. We ain't gonna talk about how Maya fell out halfway through the show.
Ma, it ain't even the fact that you fell out. Your ass was gone for a good 5-10 minutes.
It was not that long. Y'all are definitely over exaggerating.
Nah, it wasn't that long. I brought
Fake
it back pretty
news.
Somebody said the band director from Grambling looked like Miss Powers from Lean on Me, dog. And then somebody like, no, she looked like Oprah in the 80s.
Oh, she's a pretty woman. No, don't do
Yeah,
that.
I-
Don't do that.
I got
Can y'all for real though? Can y'all please explain to me the lore of this Southern Grambling battle? Like, do people
just
like seeing
old
bands
standing.
slaughter
It's
every
just
year?
old standing. This is old standing.
It's history, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you like this. And
Come here, baby.
this is my personal opinion, and then after that, I switch my camera on to get dark here. But I'm gonna go ahead and give my personal opinion. Bayou hasn't been exciting to me in some years, bro. But I watch it because of the fact that it's just traditional, bro. That's just kind of what it is. It's like Robin said, it's history. So,
The
but it's
history of
been,
watching a band get
the
their
last
ass
couple
kicked?
of years, the last couple of years
The
have been.
2019 joint was better.
You
I
say
didn't
what?
see that one.
The
Tay.
2019 joint was better than it has been in the past.
Her first year at Grambling was the best one
Yep.
when she took over as that. Is that 19?
That was 2019.
That
Well,
was the
not
best
good.
one I've seen ever. I'm sorry. Like, I've never seen Grambling take the W. So I just don't like this has been going on for how long? Please show me the clip, Quan. I want to see it. Please
Okay.
send me the clip.
So I'm not gonna lie. I was, again, when we talk about being there, I was there. I think it was 07. 07 was a really good Bayou Classic
that
battle band
was-
for Grambling.
But I'm gonna be honest though, them old years, those are all good years though, for a lot of people. No, I'm just saying across the board. I'm not talking about specifically just Grambling. I'm saying any year that has O in front of it, for the most part, was it was some good years for a lot of people. I mean, that's just kind of unfortunately the truth. When you start getting into them 10s and 11s and 12s, and that's when everybody starts getting kind of phony. But I also think that goes to the Robert Champion situation too.
But I think if we're specifically speaking about Grambling, I think honestly, Dr. Pennell, I think his time honestly had come and gone at that point. And so I think it was that transition, honestly, where he should have honestly transitioned out, in my opinion. When they did that, they did a gospel song one year and he was reading out the Bible, I was like, yeah, bro, we had a battle the band because we ain't at Wednesday Bible study. And then Southern turned around and told him a new one. I was like, yeah, this that time, bro. You need to give it up. But I think, like I say, 07 was the year I was like, damn, this wasn't even the Grambling that we saw. And it goes back to Rick's point. I think when they see Southern, it's like people change and become different.
Yep. But I'm sorry. Grambling's not good. And we can sit up here and we can say whatever we want. Never heard them good. Sorry. And, I don't want to be that cut and dry. But I just don't watch. I don't like watching slaughters every year. I have not seen one year other than, like Tay said, the one in 19 was more entertaining. And Grambling is a better band now with her as the band director. They are. They just are. So I may tune into this year, but if it's a lot of the same, y'all, I'm sorry, I'm good.
I'm gonna say this, Rick. I got some good brothers who are in this comment section who might disagree with you about Grambling not being good. I'm just gonna say that.
That's cool.
They're gonna argue with you.
They entitled their opinion just like everybody else.
They are some of my good friends, like my brothers, but they will disagree with you. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I remember going back and forth with them when they said that Grambling got us a couple of times during the Cotton Bowl. So yeah. I'm just telling you, bro. I mean,
yeah, that's a lie. Lie detector determines that was a lie.
Bruh, I'm like, Quan, I'm not. Hey, they entitled their opinion. It's the same as these UAP people in 16 saying that they got us in 16.
When y'all played that Bobby Brown, that Ghostbusters song,
yes.
Nah, not that.
Look under the clip, bro.
Nah, not that yet, bro.
Like Bruh,
I'm
I
sorry,
get
we
that
smashed them that year, dog.
bruh, Julie, you and I have had this conversation, bro, with people like, oh, they got y'all. Dog, I get that we all want our bands to be good. Every person in the band world wants their individual band to be good, and they ride for their band. But at some point, as credible people, forget musicians, forget everything. As credible people, we have to admit when something is better, like legitimately. There is not one year that I can think of where I listened to a Bayou classic, y'all. I'm sorry, and been like, man, Grambling got something. I ain't never said them words out my mouth. It's the same as somebody saying Virginia State got Norfolk. Are you talking about the tubas? If we want to talk about the tubas, yeah, y'all can have that. It damn sure ain't nothing else. Like, we gotta be real, man. Like, it's just, I'm sorry. Gremlin now is a better band. I hope that she's able to take that band into the future. That's all. That's the best I can. That I want to be positive. That's what I got. Hopefully, they are able to put on a good show this year. Good luck. Don't change the game because you're playing Southern.
Well, I will say this. I'm gonna tune in. Well, I don't know who's going live. Does anybody know who's going live? For
Can anybody go live? Everybody trying to control their content now. It might be tight.
Man, it's always somebody going live, even if somebody going live from their cell phone.
Smash Time say you'll be there.
He said he's gonna be there, or he says he's going live. I think those are two totally different things. But I mean, typically, if he's there, he's going live. So that may be correct. That may be correct.
Kara, it's not subjective. Go listen to any year. It's not close at all. It's not suggestive or subjective. Sorry. You
humble.
Yeah, I'm being humble right now, Quan.
Be humble, bro.
I'm trying. You gotta be humble. Gotta be humble. Maya has the dancers. Well, Gremlin don't have their own dancers, right? They hire key people to be in it.
So they have the Orchesis is a company, so it's kind of hard. So I guess the company itself, there's no set dance line. I believe that they have to audition. Once you make the company, you have to audition within the company week over week to be able to see who's going to perform which game. So the Orchesis is compromised of the company itself. So I don't know if they've been doing it that way, but that's just, they kind of have like a weird way in which they do it. Now, Essence, she's the captain for sure, but I don't really know the odds and ends aside from, I do know that they have to audition week over week. So regardless of status, regardless of class, you may or may not perform each week, and that's depending on stands. I think they do like technique as well as the field itself. Pretty cutthroat, if you ask me.
So that's always confused me. Is that not school affiliated? Is it something else? Or is that
just
the name?
Huh?
Is that just the name, or is it school affiliated?
The Orchesis?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Or like that's the title of the dance line at their school?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone tried to tell me something different a little while ago, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
But again, I don't know everything there is to know. I don't recall whether or not the company it's the Orchesis Dance Company. Again, the way that they do business is different than any other school that I've ever seen.
Wearing black uniforms with white shoes.
No, don't do that, because we did that too.
Who?
The Foxes definitely did that.
Black uniforms with white shoes?
Yeah. Like for them pep rallies, like even before y'all got there. Shit, I still remember my crab shoes.
Black top. Used to wear headgear before we got there. So.
What's headgear?
Like them them
phony headbands that y'all used to wear, looking like
thick bands.
And that little piece, them little flower daddies just
looking like flapper girls. You know I could. Oh my god!
Like a bunch of human pineapples. I'm good.
Hey, I know.
Oh, you talking about the band wearing black uniforms and white shoes?
Yes.
Who did that? When y'all did that?
I thought you were talking about the Fox. What you mean? When we every pep rally, we used to wear notes. So my crab year, we used to wear black tops, black shorts, no tights, like all leg,
Yeah.
white, like thick ass white socks.
Yeah.
And white shoes.
Yeah, y'all look like them 80s workout
and
aerobics.
Big ass headbands.
No, it wasn't a summer.
Big ass hoop.
Yeah.
Jenny. Richard Simmons joints.
Right.
Yeah. Used to have us out there jiggling like nobody's
Come on, we
no
can do it.
tights. Do you know how crazy that
Right,
is?
right, Quan. That's
You can do
it.
Just
Come
floor
on, you
it.
can do it. You can do it.
Just
Just
floor
10
it.
more reps.
Just floor it. That's it. Nah.
He used to have us out there on the world for the slave. Y'all look like Hooters girls. Listen, we look worse than that. Legs
Yeah.
on display. Shit. Not good. Not good.
So tell you a couple, like one of the first early shows we had Teddy on, and Teddy was just absolutely mortified by the fact that what some of these drum lines are playing at a college level. He was like, he understand the whole trying to be a drum set thing, but out there he was like, drumline might as well be playing hot cross buns out there. What's your opinion on some of the stuff that these drum lines is playing?
So I will say that the culture is definitely pushed forward. And this is going to kind of get into this adjudicated thing too. Because that's been a talk in the world, at least for the past 10, 15 years, man, is like an adjudicated drumline competition. But the thing is that, man, people are going to say it's biased to a certain style. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it, outright. The style on the East Coast compared to down South. So a section like MD compared to like a, like a PV or a Jackson, man. And they're just gonna say, well, that's, just because y'all have tonal bases doesn't make y'all the better section. Man, this is gonna ruffle some feathers, yo. But yes, it does, dog. It does make us a better section. You know what I'm saying? Just based off of the level of difficulty.
All right, let's hear the smoke. Come on, Quan. I see your face.
Yeah, he not gonna like this one, yo. So if your snares are chopping and my snares are chopping, and your multi-tenors are chopping and my multi-tenors are chopping, right? And then we get down to this baseline, and it has to determine, the level of difficulty. Your section can sound good. Your section, we can enjoy what you play. And we're just talking about level of difficulty and execution, dog. If I'm splitting all of this crazy stuff, my level of difficulty immediately surpasses the things that you're going to do on the unison bass line.
Quan?
Okay, from a percussion perspective, I get you. So let me say this: there is a couple of drum lines though in the SWAC that have tonal bass drums though. Prairie View, we have them, and we have tonal basses, and we marched them for years. Now I think the difference is, and it's just, I think $1 Million Funk Squad obviously. Huh?
Do they utilize them like tonals? Because like when we played Prairie View in 2018, dog, that was the loudest shit I ever heard in my life. By the way, I'm not even gonna lie. That's the loudest bass drums I have ever heard, dog. And I've heard a lot of sections playing, but that's neither here nor there. But I didn't know they utilized them like tonals. I just know they had different sizes.
So the difference is, I know Rick shaking his head no. So I only could speak for when I marched. So when I marched, we had split parts. When I marched, we used split parts for call outs, and we used split parts for the features. Of course, when it was songs, we didn't have split parts. But when we did features and when we did like call outs or whatnot, we had split parts. If you go back to 2005, like Cotton Bowl, there's a basically a bass solo that they're having the split parts for that. Now, since then, and since it was a transition in after 2009, I don't know what they're doing. But I think the difference is, and let me say this, I think $1 Million Funk Squad is a hell of a disciplined drum section, period. When we saw them in what it was 2007 for the very first time, we was like, hey, bro, what y'all doing? Them boys looked at us like we had shit on our forehead, like straight up. And we was like, all right, we're going to catch y'all on the 50, but never had the opportunity. But I think the difference with SWAC and Southern, and then versus the East Coast, it only solely depends on the material that you're playing. We're more of a quote unquote bopping, like nodding your head. I feel this funky type of drum section, or inverting rudiments, gritting those aspects. That's the more focus in the South. I think for East Coast, in my opinion, I think y'all focus on cleanliness, which I think both do. But y'all have a different aspect of like go-go when it comes to the multi-tenor, split parts, and it's more crisp DCI, or y'all have a hint of that Latin aspect. So I think it's different. So as a percussionist myself, I respect both of them. I don't think one is better than the other. It's just subjective to your preference, if that makes sense.
I think it's what we say when we talk about better though.
Mhm.
Now, this is one thing that I always think people get confused. Me liking something and saying something is better. You can like something more and it not be better. You know what I mean? Or you can like something less and it be better. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does, and
Okay.
no, it does, and I'm gonna just be a thousand with you. Like, I think $1 Million Funk Squad is clean as hell, but I also think sometimes the cadence could be boring.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah. So like like from a drummer
He said, "Oh, for sure."
like from a
I got you.
no, from a drummer perspective, like the stuff they be playing, I was like, dog, these boys is clean. But I mean, you repeat the thump, kick, do walk out there, put the T out. It's like, come on, bro. Like where's the entertainment of it? And I think sometimes we could get, and this is the after party, but I'm just be honest, that's kind of like the aspect or mentality that quote unquote swag people had for me. It's like they were focused on being so clean to where it's like sometimes you lose the entertainment flair. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be talking. Go ahead.
Keep in mind, we're not talking about what you like. We're talking about an adjudicated competition.
Oh, okay.
Now, and that's where the bias comes in, and that's why I feel like they won't do it, because now that we're talking about a judges sheet, entertainment is not going to have a bigger caption or be more point worthy than musicality. And that's why I feel like that's where the bias can start to come in. And folks will use words like unfair, but I just call a spade a spade.
Right.
I think a lot of it too, Tay, is just a lot of drum lines can't do what MD does.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to. I know people was like, I see the smoke joint in there, and I know people was gonna take that comment like that.
Oh no,
but it's like, and I'm glad you didn't know. But it is what it is, though, because that's the styles that our lines choose to go with. Like,
how many drum lines, Tay? I mean, I'm just gonna be real here. I know, like, that's what we do here. It's so many drum lines in this country that don't even read music. Like, you play this, you play this, you play this, and that's what we're doing for this song. Mm-hmm. Like, arrangers will write a song and don't even write a drum part because they like, hey, Pookie, y'all figure that out. We and listen to the band, y'all figure it out. So I think it's also how a lot of bands choose to approach their percussion section. You can't expect some kids to be musical if you're not expecting musicality out of them. You know what I'm saying? You can't expect them to do something that you yourself, as a person that's writing their music, can't do. Like, that always astounded me. Somebody standing in front of a drum section and they can't do what they asking the snare drums to do.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that goes back, man. That bottom line goes back to the instructor. Like, I look at like the Harveys, and what's funny is I saw NCAT when he was on the line and tapping stuff off in 07. Like, dude's a GOAT to me, but it's who's standing in front of you. It's truly going to determine the trajectory of that section. It's going to push the innovativeness of that section, man. And I'm going to be honest with you. When it comes to like percussion instructors in the HBCU world, it's only a fair few that's really doing their job.
True.
And the ones that's doing it, you could tell.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm gonna catch some slack for this one, yo. But just to kind of give an example of why I feel like, I mean, it still could happen. A few years ago, but kind of to give y'all a short story, I had a cousin that played ball for Howard, man, and I went to his game because he's the all-time MEAC scorer in MEAC history. All right. The game where he broke the record was at A&T. So I went to the game, and Cole still did a show, dog. And I had talked to their instructor. I talked to Lawhorn couple days before, and he was talking about how we lost our tonals. Cool, we doing the show. We only using unison bases. And I'm like, dang, how is that gonna work, man? And I will say this, man, they definitely ran a show. They didn't do any tonals, and I thoroughly enjoyed the show. Like I didn't even think that it could be possible. But I'm not gonna ride, Coach Still too much, you know what I'm saying? But that the format that they use, I could see it, in the competitive nature. I could see PV in the competitive nature. But some of these other groups, like, man, things like drum tuning, and I saw Smash Time put in there, so you can't judge someone's culture. I kind of disagree with that. But I get the point that you're trying to make, man. It's just a disadvantage, man. If we do it indoors, schools that tune their drums to be heard through a 300-piece band, they're gonna struggle inside. You know what I'm saying? Not having to battle that band, or they're tuned for the sound to go across the field. They're gonna struggle. You know what I'm saying? MD doesn't tune their drums to be in your face from across the field. You know what I'm saying? It's more dry, and it's for clarity because they playing a lot of notes. And if they tune it a different way, you ain't gonna hear shit. You know what I'm saying?
Put like this, like I'm looking at the people comments, and what people fail to realize is, and I understand we're a what have you done for me lately type world, but if you I look at the whole aspect of percussion for the last 20 years, and we speak about advancement. Specifically for percussion, Cole still has advanced from when we saw them from 07 to where they are now. And that's not just from an entertainment perspective across the field. We're talking about Passy. We're talking about all of that. We call him Crunchy, but Dr. Lamont Lawhorn, because he marched for PV as well. Like what he's done, what Harvey has done, Ralph Nader, who's at Hampton as well, what they've done, they've pushed the culture forward from a percussive perspective. But let's be clear. Jackson State has pushed the culture for percussion as well. And how I know that is because most of the SWAC's drum lines try to emulate them for what they have done. If you look at I may not agree with the form, but if you see this wide swinging aspect, most of the SWAC schools doing it because J State do it. And unfortunately, we're dealing with kids that are, due to YouTube, trendy. So they're going to follow the trend. But that's the unfortunate thing about who stands in front of you to keep your identity. Even FAMU is starting to get more progressive. I mean, they ain't there, but
yeah, I don't think they haven't lost their identity though.
No, they haven't.
I feel what you're coming from with the WT thing. Man, that was a big conversation about them and like Lane.
Yeah.
So
can I be honest with you though? If Lane had more exposure in a bigger band, yeah, they will be something. There's something to be reckoned with now.
Yeah,
when they battled Virginia State, I was like, God damn, like hands down. In my opinion, Lane won. Not saying that Virginia State was bad, but honestly,
Lane's band director, by the way, is from Cass Tech.
Who, V-State?
No. Lane's band director. When he was there, he's not there anymore. When you saw them, their band director was Kyle Smith from Cass, from my high school.
Yeah.
That's my dude. That's my dude right there.
But he's a percussionist too, though. So he gets it.
He went to Tennessee State.
Yeah, so like he gets it. So like, man, when I be thinking about like these schools, man, like and you were saying, Tay, like about the smaller schools, let Lane grow. They're gonna be something to be reckoned with.
But see, that's the thing, though, right? Like that's the thing. We always say, like we did it with Langston, we doing it with Lane now. Let them grow. Let them, get big. Like what if their school and the way they're set up, they can't. does that make them any less of a great band?
He's,
And I know
he's
you're
no
not
longer there, and they're not gonna get much bigger than they are. That they're not. Let me tell you that now. That's part of the reason why he's gone.
Because even if you looked at Benedict, like Benedict was one of the smaller. The last time we had Honda, Benedict was one of the last schools that did. I'm sorry, it was one in the smaller school range. They did the last Honda. They were a good school. You look at that trombone player; he making people consider. I think his name Bilal or something like that. The young man that did the all blues thing. Like he's making people consider that, and I'm happy. That he honestly he's writing his own ticket. He didn't decide to go to one of the larger schools. So, yeah.
Julian, I think you're doing this shit on purpose. You all the people you gonna let another ape in this damn call. You know what? All you damn
honestly,
man.
so honestly, before I get to that point, I'm gonna put it out there. I haven't been paying attention to nothing y'all been talking about. But Kari been sitting down
But
there.
you seem to find the only damn. Oh my God.
Kari's really been down there for a minute. He's been waiting for about maybe the last 10, 15 minutes, bro. So I'm just now letting him in because I wasn't even focused. So my bad, Kari. I ain't mean to have you waiting, bro.
Oh, no word. What's going on, everybody?
What's up, bro?
And Rick,
What up, Fred?
Man, when I thought we've known each other forever. I thought we was family.
We are, bro. But look, all this alpha mess is getting overwhelming. Jesus.
Well, you can't deny us. We are your daddy. But anyway.
Whatever.
Anyway,
nobody. Never mind.
You flustered that easy? Is that overwhelming to you?
Mhm.
I get it. That's how y'all built, man.
Yeah, I guess.
it's all good. No, I got you. But like, for real, I want to go ahead and ask this: what exactly is tonal drums, if I may ask that?
Okay, so when we're talking about tonal bass drums, they're tuned to different pitches. And typically it starts with the smaller size and goes down to a larger size.
I just thought, because the thing is, I've always known that that's what it is. So, and to me, because in truth, that's what it should be. Anyways, drums are tuned; they are musical, part of the ensemble.
Well, the groups that don't use tonal bass drums, they do tune their drums as well. It's just that they play more unison lines in the music rather than the independent parts that you hear like in drum corps or in core style or with MD and a bunch of other. It's a lot of schools, Kari, and HBCU world that use tonal bass drums, but in the SWAC, with the exception of maybe Bethune-Cookman, I don't think any, and maybe FAM, none of them. No, I don't think FAM uses them either. I don't know, but nobody uses tonal in the sense of do 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 do.
Got you.
They're not gonna play anything like that.
See, because I just the way that I hear that, and I guess this is because it's as you're saying, because I know something completely different, not necessarily the HBCU world, and so that, but that's not musical to me. It's not. I'm sorry, that is very rudimentary.
But it can be musical if you look at it. Well, it can be musical if you look at it the way they look at it. They look at it as a trap set. They don't look at it as displaying, individual abilities. They look at it as, when I listen to James Brown, I hear boom, cat, boom, boom, cat, boom, cat, boom, boom, cat. So they're gonna play boom, cat, boom, boom, cat, boom, cat, boom, cat. Like they're more mimicking a drum set rather than you go to a drum corps show and they play that same James Brown beat to be boom, cat, boom, boom, cat, boom, cat, boom, cat. Like they'll give you like the filler material and those type of parts.
Right. And I completely understand exactly what you're saying, because to me that's almost like the whole thing of, okay, once again, and this is a personal thing, and that's why I was talking about the subjective thing earlier, is that for me to hear goom ga goom goom ga goom ga goom for 5 minutes, give me a break, in comparison to doom ga that's a whole different story. That's musical. That's showing some skills.
But what you have to do also, whoever the percussionist and that person, he has to be careful too, because sometimes too many beats is too much. So you gotta know when a lick is okay. Prime example. Prof Abel used to tell us, I want to feel you. I don't want to hear you. Like I need to feel you. That's why, like, sometimes when we play like all blues, this like he would walk back there and be like, I want this, and would like we would play like maybe on an off beat, and he'll be like, stop, have some break in between. I need y'all to play like a drum jazz player. Like that's how he wanted it. When we played Giant Steps, that's another one. Like he wanted it. And honestly, for every arranger, they have a specific sound in their ear. And sometimes as a new age percussionist, you could do too much with it. And sometimes less is more. So it just depends. It just depends. And sometimes you need that deeper, darker, like, because at Prairie View, when I marched, we did 20, 22, 24, 26, 228, 30, and a 32. So we had all of them. Mm-hmm. And sometimes those smaller dink drums that we had, he was like, don't play that. But I want the 32s. I want y'all to be playing right now. So it just depends on what he wanted.
No, it makes perfect sense. I mean, like, I always just because, like, I just listen to it more as what you did say. You want it to be felt more, and I agree with that. I definitely do. I just didn't understand, like, the whole thing between tonal, because I've just always thought, hey, that's what it is. Like, of course, the way that a person writes the parts and what is written, that is what thins it out or thicks it up, whatever else. It's not always supposed to be thick and stuff like that. But the thing is, if you're just going to have one thing and that's what you write for that one song, you're really limiting what those people can do, because it should be dynamic throughout the entire piece. It shouldn't just be.
But that's the problem, though, Kari, is that the fact of the matter is, and I don't know who these programs are. I know a lot do this. A lot of drummers at these schools aren't getting music. You look at the binder of a person that plays trumpet at a school, that binder is about this thick because they're playing 70, 80, 90 pieces of music a year. Mm-hmm. Drummers don't even have binders. Hey, y'all, we playing groove 1, groove 2 on this one. You know what I'm saying? Really? Or they'll go, I saw it so many times, man. People will pick up a phone and go listen to the song and come up with the groove based on what the song was. And this happens, Kari, because a lot of bands have played Power by Kanye West. And not one of them that I've heard, including that Southern one, which is a monster, not one of them played the correct drum groove. Not one.
But that's the nature of the beast, though, Rick. Because I mean, I'll use MD. All of our music isn't on paper, right? Like most of it is, but not everything. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of the nature of the beast. Like, hey man, we're gonna do this intro. We're gonna do groove 1. We'll do this fill measure. We'll do groove 2. That's kind of the nature of the beast. And that's I don't want to say that's a bad thing. But it is a bad thing if you're doing that for every song. Yeah.
Like even the drill charts, bro. Like even the drill charts will have no music.
Oh no. Our drill is gonna be on paper.
Like, but they are gonna write this, like And Love Goes On drum part. Like Julian talked about this. That on And Love Goes On drum part is a work of art, man. Like Bethea wrote the fuck out of that part, man, and it perfectly accentuates what the band was playing. Mm-hmm. Some schools I know, you would have got booms, boom, boom, boom the whole time. Cymbals going back and forth. That's all you would have got. You wouldn't have got none of that stuff that you was playing on snare drum and some, like you just wouldn't have had it, bro. So,
yeah, I guess that's what Teddy was talking about, man. Because it's tough out here, man. I think so many sections put so much focus on, when we're talking about the level of difficulty and the chopping, they're only really talking about the snare line. But there's nothing going on across the section. And I think that's where a lot of sections fall short. They lose the ability to to go from point A to point B as far as like technique and level of difficulty by saying, hey, we're only gonna do these 16th note trains on the bass drum. We'll add a tenor part, doing a call and response. The only section that has some beats is the snares. Our multi-tenors is really just keeping the groove, goo, 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 you know what I'm saying? Or doing some kind of, one measure melodic part, as opposed to it like mimicking the snare part.
Right.
My bad. I've been kind of out of it. What the hell are we talking about?
Hey man, dog, you do that one more time, Julian, bro. We talking about drums right now, bro. How you gonna just act like we ain't talking about nothing important?
What the hell? What you
from the city?
What you gonna do?
What'd you say?
You from the city?
I'm from Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond.
Yeah.
What you gonna do, Tay? I just asked a simple question. What the hell we talking about? That was it.
I ain't gonna do nothing.
Okay.
Julian, they provide me with information about like the difference between tonal drums, the way that things are written, stuff like that. Because in truth, that's why I do like coming on here, because y'all keep it real. You explain stuff well, and I appreciate it, because it's something I do not know.
Got you. See, that's all I needed to know. I had no idea what we were talking about, man. My bad. All right, y'all got it.
My bad.
Don't let it happen again.
My bad.
Yeah, man, whatever. All right,
Mario, you on that 2K, ain't you, Mario? Look at him, y'all. He on that 2K. Yeah, I knew he was on that 2K.
Mario playing with the Rockets, man. He gonna win.
I'm playing Madden, bro. I'm getting slammed right now. Madden, bro.
Yeah.
Hey man, I can't get on that 2K, man. My brother used to dog me in 2K. I just stopped playing altogether probably about 5-6 years ago.
Dog, Julian Line brother Gerson used to cheat. He used to get the best team on the game every time.
Get Lakers.
Lakers?
Kobe. Every time.
But
in all, y'all, he be up there, Kobe.
In all fairness, though, my LB is a Kobe fan. So
yeah, he was just trying to make sure they made the playoffs, dog. Y'all remember?
Hey, it is what it is, bro.
Trash, and more trash.
I used to use the Rocket.
People be picking teams random, bro. Hey. I ain't gonna get into that. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Hey man, I had let me see. We got some educators on here, man. I had a thought process and I wanted to run it by y'all. This has absolutely nothing to do with band, but it is an education question. All right. Don't fire me up. It was just a thought. I didn't say this needs to happen. It was just a thought. I got to make sure I preface this before I say it. Should women be teachers?
What?
Listen, I know I asked the question weird.
Get them, boo boo.
I know I asked the question weird. I'm about to give you the context though. I think because in most cases women are more nurturing than in most cases women are more nurturing than men. Should women be teachers and men be coaches and band directors? It was just a thought I had one day driving from school. No, because in most cases, it's just that shit. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. Because in most cases, when you talk about athletics and things like that, there is a discipline that comes along with that, where men are more or less the more disciplinarians as far as how we are structured and made and blah blah blah. Where women are more nurturing, and that's necessarily what's needed in the classrooms is the more nurturing nature. So I always wonder, or I was wondering that day, was it a situation where women should be just the teachers and the males be the athlete or athletics and coaches and
there's so much wrong with that, bro.
No, it was
absolutely, bro.
I didn't say I was right. I didn't say I was wrong. I'm putting it as a question,
but it's wrong.
So I'm gonna tell you why it's wrong, it's dog. Wrong. In this society, and I'm gonna be frank, dog. In this society, with
I thought you were Dante.
We're talking about inclusion, right, dog? I'm not touching that question, bro.
I'll say what I got to say on it. You go ahead, Dante.
I'll touch it.
I'll touch on it.
I mean, because it's
women can do everything men can do. Period. Point blank. Period.
Yeah, that's everything. Number one. But now, are you saying that football coaches and coaches and band directors don't need to be nurturing?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all, actually.
Kind of, sort of, by saying that women should be in the classroom and men should be coaches and band directors because the nurturing needs to happen in the classroom. But then we got to be, you know what I'm saying, hard nosed.
Your wife about to cancel you, bro.
So that's a good thought, Dante.
I'll be the first to say it, dog. Crystal's definitely more of a gangster than me, bro. Like, I mean,
Me. But so that's a
I'm
very
gonna tell
good
him you
thought.
said that.
So let me ask you this, Tay, just going off that thought process. So then as a band director, so let me put it in a band director context. Let's bring it back to band. And like I said, I don't think that this is something this is not something I subscribe to. This is just a thought that I have. So I need everybody to understand that. Because the first thing is y'all be like, man, Julian tripping. No, I'm not tripping. I'm just asking a question. So just going off of that,
That's fair. That's fair.
appreciate you. Now you get it. So just going off that thought process, Dante, would it be fair to say that there should be, as a band director, a female band director for the nurturing side and a male band director for the disciplinarian side?
I mean, at this point, I don't think that the gender association has anything to do with the personality. That's just that could be a stereotype. That women are more nurturing and men aren't.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a hard question to answer.
It's not for me. It ain't for me.
You say it's not for you?
No, it's not.
Go ahead,
because even in your thought, I love you with my whole heart. I'm gonna just say it like this for the people. That shit's stupid. I'm gonna say this is why. The reason why it's stupid is because everybody, when you walk into that classroom, you have to, even as a male, I could be stern as hell, but the reality of it, you have to have some form of contrition and empathy towards these kids, period. So, and that's vice versa. Like, I know some female educators, real talk, will get on your ass where you be like, damn, dog, like, I'm about to clutch my goddamn pearls. But they know how to honestly rear the back end and be like, hey, I'm only doing this because I care for you, so forth and so on. And so you have to have that balance of a human being, like, first and foremost. So it's not about the gender, because it's situations, of course, as an educator, and I know this is just a loaded question that you're asking. Just bottom line, because if that's the case, the way that you speak about Miss Stephanie, right? The lady at Norfolk. Now I've never met her. Miss Sanders. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Miss Sanders. Like, y'all know for a fact, y'all said how many times she didn't throw people out of practice for not being prepared. But on the back end, she said she has a great heart, though, right? So she has that duality with her. I've had conversations with Dr. Sanford. I'm pretty sure he get on people's ass, but I'm pretty sure on the back end he'd be like, "Say, but I need you to do this because you have the potential capability." And just like, I'm pretty sure y'all possibly get on kids' ass a lot, but then y'all show them the other side of your heart. And I think this is the balance of the person. So you don't want to ever limit a person when they're talking about gender, because once
Gender
you
has
start
nothing
that,
to do with it.
yeah, it's really, it's your heart, bro. It's your heart and your viewpoint and your platform, honestly, in the way you want to use it. Are you going to limit yourself? Or are you going to have a limited ass band program or limited classroom? And honestly, kids see that, and kids understand what's genuine and what's not. So that's how I look at it.
To add on to that, a good educator is always going to be what their students need.
Yeah.
So sometimes it might not even have anything to do with, your personality outside of the classroom. A good educator is going to be a chameleon. If my students need a nurturer right now, then that's what I'm going to be. If my students need me to have a little bit of a harder nose to try to teach them some accountability, then that's what I'll be. But it doesn't have anything to do with gender.
Okay. I think those are all great points. So random thought that I had when you guys were just kind of going off of that then. So then is it so there, you all don't believe in the idea of gender roles? Just asking. Just a thought.
Gender role specifically, what, in classroom? Are you talking about relationships or
Just
like
natural instincts of male and female?
Hell no.
Okay.
Like, not on, put like this. It's just certain things, like, it's certain things that I know that a woman will be maybe better than me, and it depends on that person. Like, bro, you married, and for a fact, if she's good with money and you not, you not about to run your household finances, bro.
Well, I also never believed that it was a gender role as far as finances anyway.
But
So,
but
but
people
I guess
do.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like where I'm from, I ain't gonna lie. Like them old school like men, man, they give a woman their money. They be like, hey, you make the household run like this. You know what I'm saying? Like being from where I'm from, Papa came home on Friday. He slid Mama Lou $100. You make that work, lady. And she made the house run. But if you're not good with finances, why you doing that?
Right.
I also think what you're interested in romantically is not the same as what you are, um, you know, receptive of as it relates to like a work environment or a professional space. Like those are different types of things. So what you may like, if you say, you know what I mean, you're not saying a woman has to be in the kitchen, but if you're a person that's saying I don't really cook too well, but I hope my wife can cook well, or I'll try to learn how to cook some things and try to be a little bit better, but I hope that she brings that to the table because I'm not that strong in that area. That's not saying I'm forcing her to be barefoot and pregnant like in the kitchen, but it's saying that that's something that you're looking for. But when you start saying those personal, I feel like I know what you're saying a little bit, Julian. I think we've had this conversation about sometimes when you have personal interests, now, whenever personal interest is said, that doesn't sound like the PC thing to say. It can get turned into like almost like a cancel culture type of vibe, and it's like you can't even have a difference of a viewpoint in terms of things, and that's just preference. But whenever you're trying to hold someone back from their ability to do something, or trying to tell somebody that they need to be somewhere, that's where I think that's where the trouble happens, when you start putting people in boxes and they can't leave.
Somebody said Rick keep fading into the back like he got my internet. Y'all can kiss my ass.
Your internet gonna be the forever joke, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't fading nothing. I turned my mic and camera off. I was listening. I have no comment. Y'all go right ahead. Ain't nothing wrong with my internet. I got that gigabit. I'm good.
Yeah, like I said, it's not.
Huh?
So go ahead, pop in, dog.
No, I'm good, bro. Hey, y'all said all the things I would say. Go right ahead. I don't have no. I'm good.
Yeah, like I said, man, it's isn't that watermelon, Daddy?
Yes, sir.
Watermelon. That take 5, bro.
Good.
That take 5, bro.
It hits. But yeah, man, like I said, I wasn't saying it in a sense of that's how I feel. It was just a thought, man. It was something. I was driving home one day, and for those of you all who don't know, or probably nobody knows, I drive an hour and a half from my job to my house. So driving in an hour and a half, that gives me enough time to be able to sit and just think. And that was one of the things that I really just randomly thought about in my brain. It wasn't that I agreed with anything. It was just a thought that just popped in my head because I randomly just thought about, what we talk about as far, especially kind of like bringing up what Dante was saying in this new era that we have. I know that, and we have we grew up with gender roles. And so sometimes when I think about these things, or when I was thinking about it in that idea or in that concept, I was thinking about, the more nurturing, could sometimes be the female, and then the more male could be the disciplinarian. But I was also looking at it from a family aspect. I'm looking at it as, mama can tell you one thing, but when daddy come home, what I'm saying, hey, it is what it is, and so I just kind of related that to, school. And is it relatable? Is it something to be linked? And that's why I said it was just a thought. So
But look at it from this perspective. Like I know for me, like for my band program, a lot of the leaders that are in my band program are the females because they're more mature. Like they're more they understand logistics and they understand like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that the young men are not capable of it, but sometimes those young ladies honestly have a intuition that, hey, Mr. Mitchell, we need to do this. You're right. Mr. Mitchell wouldn't think about that because I'm the only band director here and I'm doing like 50 different things. So could you organize that for me and do it? And it gets done. So I mean, it just depends, bro. It just depends, fam.
Well,
Same way for me too, Quan.
I was about to say, I will say this. in this day and age, because that was me when I had my high school, my last 3 years. Most of my leaders were the young ladies. A lot of my guys didn't want to step up and take on the leadership roles, but I don't know if that is a more of a generational thing now, or if, because I know that back when I was in school, a lot of the guys were the leaders, except for maybe the drum majors. Because when my first year at Willow Ridge, as a matter of fact, my 4 years at Willow Ridge, I only remember having one male head drum major. All the rest of them were female drum majors. One of the biggest names that I remember at Willow Ridge is Dana Rowe, who was a female drum major.
Yeah, so
Uh, so I like I said, I don't know if it's a generational thing, or if it's something that's just been happening throughout time and years. I don't know. Like I said, it's just a thought.
I truthfully think that if you really think about it, like the roles for leadership has changed throughout time. Like, because like actually when I was younger, when I was in high school, like all the leaders basically were the men and stuff like that. So it was truthfully like that whole thing of that, okay, the band director said do this, this is what you do. But nowadays it's more of that, though. It's a lot more of, and this is just my opinion, that the band director will say, here is this task, you guys do it. And then what will happen is that it's almost like it's more of a trust thing. And that's when it'll happen with the student body to go ahead and configure something out. And as you said, a lot of times more mature and more thought-provoking, and including everybody else, maybe the woman who does that. And so the thing is that and a lot of times that person is better equipped to go ahead and allow for that thing to happen, instead of it just being like, hey, you know what, this is what the band director said to do. Here we go. Like, a lot of times she is that person who has all those different facets.
I'm gonna just jump in real quick because I gotta participate.
You don't got to do nothing.
From a HBCU standpoint in particular, we are behind when it comes to gender roles, when it comes to sexuality, when it comes to all of those things. People can preach how much they want about how forward looking they are and women, all these things, but we don't put it as a group. HBCUs don't put their money where their mouth is. And I'm going to give you a prime example. KK Sign TBS. A lot of the black come on, y'all. Let's be real. Y'all chose to have this conversation. I'm gonna just put that out there. I'm gonna step back in.
I didn't choose to have this conversation.
I teach at the university, right? I teach at the university that made those organizations co-ed. So seeing it every day is normal. At the HBCUs, that ain't the conversation that's happening. I don't know. I think maybe Morgan. I don't know, but I don't know many HBCUs that have co-ed chapters of KK Psi TBS.
I think Langston.
Ladies, that's your TBS over there, and KK Psi, the fellas, that's y'all over there. So while we having this conversation, I think it's an interesting conversation that I'm not going to participate in, but I think that people need to put their money where their mouth is. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, Omega should be co-ed too.
Huh? Hey,
Omega should be co-ed too.
Hey, if that's what they want, cool. You talking to the right one, man. Like I'm sorry, bro. I work at a university where that stuff is not tolerated, bro. It's just not. If it's written in the bylaws of an organization that it can be a co-ed organization, which it is for KK Psi and TBS, it is what it is. It's not written in the bylaws of Alpha and everything else, but eventually it will be. Like, you're not going to be able to stop progress, y'all. And in the United States, that's progress. I've been to chapter meetings, y'all, and heard brothers talking about not even wanting gay members in the fraternity. And we all know they already there. I've been to those chapter meetings. So we have to admit as blacks that we, when it comes to a lot of things.
We the blacks.
Right. We the blacks are behind. We are behind the world. We are behind other universities. We are behind. And that's a tough conversation. And it's going to ruffle feathers. Maybe that's something we talk about. Because there are a lot of people going to HBCUs that don't even identify by the gender they were assigned at birth, and they band directors steady up there on the podium calling them she and he. Some people rather be called they. So this is an interesting conversation, but I think we need to be real with each other. A lot of people sit up here, I'm so yes, gender roles. No, knock them down. Until it comes to my fraternity. When it comes to my fraternity, men only. Keep titties out of crap. That was
I think you have a valid point, but I'm gonna go to the aspect of what it was created for. Like, and that's just me. And I'm a bro A5, so I'm gonna speak not for the whole fraternity, but from my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So my Jews, they created a fraternity for men. That's what it was for.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, same thing for your founders, and whatnot. They created it for men. Now, if you want to create an organization that's co-ed, that has the same precepts as Omega or as Alpha Phi Alpha, you're more than welcome. However, Calisat Majul Kelly Murray Ogutandi created it for these specific reasons.
So what
and
about
that's
men?
just my
Because
thing.
according to the title man, they're men.
Yeah, but I would say born a man.
Okay.
Even
I don't think it
back
says
then.
born a man.
But it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
I don't think it says born a man. I think it says man. And the fact of the matter is, the definition of man is different than it was in 1906 or 1911, and so forth. Like I said, we as Black people have to understand that the world changes. It never stays the same. Things change. Eventually, there are trans people in Phi Mu Alpha right now. They just are. Sorry. Yes, there are trans people.
Technically, we won't speak about it. I mean, they had women that was initiated when at the beginning of that Title IX thing happened, and then they stopped it at one point.
The fact of the matter is, bro, there are trans men. There are people that were born women that identify as men in the fraternity that you're in right now as we speak. So this conversation is a slippery slope because it's going to force people to address the uncomfortable aspects of their existence in these organizations out loud. Because I know of a couple people that were going to challenge that whole women only and men only in KK side at Prairie View. And luckily, the person I'm thinking of, like for them, didn't, because that would have been a lot of headache for her, and I know there would have been a lot of pushback. So all I'm saying is this is a slippery slope, and it's a conversation that's going to really ruffle feathers, especially for those purists. Who say they love the frat and they believe in what the frat stands for, but that ain't what the frat stands for. The frat stands for, hey, anybody can join, man, woman, trans, gay, whatever. You are welcome. That's what KKSI and TBS stand for. So you can't pick and choose what you choose to follow. That's all I'm saying.
So I have one more question.
Julian brought it up.
Actually, I want to ask what Julian eating.
But you see how it got a conversation going. See, yeah, I do that on purpose. I'm smashing.
His gum is a scud.
You say what?
His gum is a scud. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
Car. So is this seafood macaroni I'm smashing on right now? But go ahead, Car.
No, that's what I was going to ask you what you eating. But actually did have another one. How come more HBCUs? I mean, y'all know this better than I. How come more HBCUs don't have like doctoral programs? Just because, as you guys said, like Southern and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and say the Southern, whatever else. It's a very, very prominent school, whatever else. But then all of a sudden, as we're talking about for the marching band and stuff like that, it really only has, it'll have undergraduate, and I think it may have master's degrees there, but that's it. It doesn't go any higher than that. So it doesn't provide, in my opinion, a more holistic type of look of what is offered there. So you have to go ahead and go to another university. And a lot of times people go ahead and go to PWIs, to get that.
But I think it's a multifaceted question. First and foremost, Kari, there are very few HBCU music departments that have master's degrees. Norfolk State is one of the few that actually does. Mario and I both got our masters from Norfolk State.
Right.
So that's the first part.
Okay.
No HBCUs have a doctorate in music. None. Zero. Not one. So I think there's a lot of parts that play into that, right? So what from the standpoint you just brought up, where it will attract people to want to come back, no, it won't, because people will look at it as less than. Because that's what we've been trained to do as black folk. We look at other black things and say, oh no, I'm good. I ain't going to that black mess. I'm gonna go get this white education. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to study there because that comes off as better than to the other. But I think it's a lot of things, man. Like you have to have curriculum in place. You have to have a certain number of doctoral degrees on faculty, because the only people that can, act as advisors and things of that nature to a doctoral candidate is a doctor themselves. Like others can serve on committees and things like that, write questions for dissertations and stuff. But I think there's a lot of factors that play in place there. And I think that question is a little more nuanced than what any of us even can really answer, because none of us, I don't serve on a doctoral committee right now because I'm A, in the doctoral program, and then B, I don't have a doctorate degree. So
yeah, I believe it does have a bit of what you're talking about, Rick. The faculty has to be in place for it.
Yeah.
And I think the accreditation for that type of program has to be in place as well.
Yep.
And so some of the schools that we've had, like you said, like Rick was talking about, do not have master's programs. So we have many programs that have dealt with accreditation issues, and not necessarily from the standpoint of, the teachers. When people think accreditation, they often think, your school isn't good or whatever. That may be part of it, but it's also because graduation rates are so low. Because sometimes the programs are focusing on the wrong things in undergrad, and these kids aren't graduating. And when you don't have a certain level of students matriculating through and getting conferred degrees, then you start having situations where the program is in question. Why do we need this program if it's not going to be serving the university as a whole? And then you definitely are going to have a master's program, because if the undergrad program has not been showing itself to be a positive beacon of light in this university in terms of getting the kids through, then it's kind of that ladder up. Like Norfolk State has a doctorate in social work. It's one of our better programs in the school, and it's because we had so many young social workers on the undergrad level and master's level that it called for a doctoral program. And so when you deal with such low numbers of just students in general, and then you start getting to having programs, having larger, most small schools don't have doctorate programs in general. HBC or not. And that's also a part of it.
So kind of going in.
Wait,
and
before y'all go, my bad. Bye, y'all. I'm about to go.
All right.
I wanted to wait on the proper break for me to dip out. See y'all next week.
You going to the hookah lounge?
No,
she going to the sleep lounge.
Yeah, she done.
Maya, don't
I
go
got
to
that
bed.
itis. Listen,
Maya,
I was
Maya,
in here
don't
tearing
go to
that chicken
bed
up.
because you just ate. You don't want to sleep on that. Stay up a little bit longer before you go to bed.
No.
It was just that easy too. No,
Right.
I'm going to go to sleep right now.
All right, get your plates in. It's time.
No, I do what I want. No, I do what I want.
Love y'all so much.
What?
See y'all next week.
All right, girl.
Bye.
But yeah, one of the things that you said, Rick, made me think, why do we do that to in what we do as music educators? Why would we not see our programs as being beneficial if we did have them?
Because would you want to get a doctorate in marching band? I mean, let's be real, y'all. We're gonna have a real conversation.
Oh, I'm gonna jump in there. I'm gonna jump in too after you finish, Rick.
Right.
Got you.
I mean, let's be honest.
And I'm gonna jump in after that.
In order to get a doctorate, it is implied that you had a strenuous program that led to that degree. When we as a people only look at our programs, it ties into the question we asked earlier. When we only look at our programs from the standpoint of what the marching band is doing, then it becomes the only thing that people think about. Like while y'all were talking about the thing with women, I was looking at the link of the Tennessee State wind ensemble, and I'm like, let me go right to it now. That video only has it has 671 views, so that's a good thing, for it to have just come out. But I can go to a video of somebody playing "Fu" or whatever the song is, and that's got thousands upon thousands of views. So from that standpoint, that's the way people have become. That's what's become synonymous with HBCU bands is marching band. So until we can change that, why would anybody take our doctorates or masters seriously? Shoot, look, and then the second part and last part, and I get out the way because I'm sure y'all got some feedback. Is the fact of the matter? It's a lot of people that got these master's degrees from our institutions that aren't good, but because they showed up and they had a nurturing teacher that walked them through the program, they have master's degrees.
Right.
You go to one of these big schools, if you can't do the work, you're not getting the degree. And we need to start being able to tell people you're not good enough. This is not for you. Don't waste your money. And we don't do that. We want to make everybody feel good. Well, if you try harder, you'll get it next time. No, they're not doing that at Juilliard. If you're not good enough, you ain't even going to get into the school. Better yet, make it through the program.
Right.
So there's a standard card that's there. Oh, Julian, that's there at these bigger schools. And you know this, Julian, you got your master's from Tech.
I know. I'm just asking the question.
Right. Like, if you can't meet the standard, you're not going to get there. And HBCUs have always been one of those things, man, that give people an opportunity that might not have gotten anywhere else. So
I'm glad you used that phrase, give them an opportunity, because I was just thinking that like sometimes it's not just as black and white as you're able to do it or you're not.
But it is though at this. But that's the thing though, Tay. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but it is, and it has to be that way because that's what separates the Jerry Junkins from the podunk school in the middle of nowhere with the director that is the right person for that job. Jerry Junkin does not have a doctorate degree. He doesn't. The premier wind band conductor right now does not have a doctorate degree, but he is the best of the best. So even with the documentation, that doesn't mean that you're qualified to be considered the best at what you do. But there has to be black and white. That's the reason why there's so much ambiguity when it comes to this band being good, this band being good, because there is no black and white. Either you meet this standard or you don't. And that's how academia is set up, man. And it should be set up that way because everybody is not qualified to have a doctorate degree. It's just not.
So it's you're hitting it from a standpoint of like when you say meet the standard, it's not that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
For example, like you're saying like somebody going into a strenuous program and you get in, not only get in, you talked about Juilliard, not only getting in, but being able to go through the strenuous program. Let's use somebody who's like in their career with the family. They're not going to be able to put the time in like a 22-year-old who just graduated from undergrad and is going straight into this program and is spending all their time just on getting through the program compared to somebody who has a wife, has 3 kids, and has an undergraduate degree and is a full-time whatever.
Well, I push back on that as well. I agree it is more difficult, but there are a lot of people that do it. Now, granted, they might not be in the same position as others financially. Like I have a friend I'm thinking of. I don't want to put his name out there because he's a director of bands, but he was a band director for 10 years before he got his doctorate, and he got his doctorate from UT. He quit his job as a band director in Louisiana and to move to Austin to get his doctorate. He had a family, all that. But him and his wife, their finances were in place where he could say, okay, we're going to make this sacrifice for 3-4 years because it's going to lead to something bigger. And now he's a director of bands at a large institution. So it definitely happens. Like even what Kelvin did. Kelvin got a family at LSU. And Kelvin got him and Gary English, got their degrees at the same time. People, both, older gentlemen. went back, got their degrees, and now they're doing great thing. Kelvin's what the direct? Is he the director or the associate director? I can't remember.
For LSU,
Yeah,
yeah, he's the head.
yeah. Kelvin's like the head director, so it can
Only
definitely be
only one
done.
in the SEC. The first
It
black
can be,
band director in the SEC. Yeah.
but it can be done. But that's my point exactly. It's all about qualification, bro. When
So
you're talking about terminal degrees.
let me say this, and I'm a witness when it comes to that master's degree. So first of all, leaving PV, and I'm gonna answer your first question. Like, um, Rick said, you don't want to be majoring in uh marching band. Let's take it a step back further. From the undergraduate perspective, we need to be graduating more certified teachers. We could start there because majority of these schools, a lot of them, I'm not gonna say all, but a lot of them, they're graduating with these degrees. They're not fully certified, and what ends up happening is they enroll in these ACP programs that don't really help them, and they eventually, get their certification if they get their certification through that. So that's number one. Number two, for me in particular, I applied for 3 schools for my master's degree. Was U of H, I can't forget the other one, and then it was Adams State. When it came to all of them, all of those schools, I was able to get into Adams State. Then people told me straight up, like off the bat, say, fam, when it comes to academic writing, you need help. So I literally out of my pocket had to pay for academic writing courses so that I can enter my courses because I wasn't prepared. And the truth is, we focus so much on music theory and then the pedagogy aspect of teaching to where honestly that part was missing. And when you talk about peer review writing, that is something that honestly we need to hone in more on at the HBCU level because they don't want to hear your opinion. It's about what you can prove. And you need these articles that can prove what you're saying is true. That's one aspect. Being honest, y'all, it was hard for me. Hard. I'm not ashamed to say it, but I ended up failing out one year because I had the family, I had the kids, I had the full-time job, and that work balance was arduous. But because I wanted that degree and I kept doing it, I had to do residencies. I couldn't stay in Colorado, but I would go back and forth flying to Colorado until I finally got the degree. So it's doable. But I agree with Rick when he says a standard has to be set because if not, we're going to keep perpetuating the reputation that HBCU music programs are not producing adequate musicians. And I don't think that's true because I think there's some great talent that comes out, but those bad apples are seen far more than the good ones that are coming out as well.
And it's not that we're not producing talent; we're not producing adequately prepared talent. Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I gotta go, fellas. I'm gonna see you guys, man.
All right, man. Happy Thanksgiving, bro.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, I knew
Yeah.
Mario.
We have exceptionally talented students. They're just not prepared. And it's because I'm gonna give you a prime example. And Norfolk does this too, which I just don't understand. During marching season at HBCUs, there are very few, or there are some HBCUs that don't have wind ensemble during the fall.
I
Because
just had this conversation. My fault, Rick.
Go ahead, bro. No.
I just had this conversation because we just had VMEA last week.
Right.
And obviously no HBCUs perform.
Yep.
But when we talk, and it's right there in Norfolk, but when we talk about NSU, they don't have an ensemble to perform because wind ensemble's not happening.
And y'all know, like when I was in the band at Norfolk, our marching band was stellar. We were playing grade 3 and 4 music in the wind ensemble at a university. That is a poor standard. And I used to hate that shit. We show up to wind ensemble in the spring only. And the first music we get is Ascension by Robert W. Smith. I'm dead serious. Like, first of all, why is a college ensemble playing Robert W. Smith? Secondly, we got it 3 years in a row. When Julian got there in 2002, guess what Doc passed out first? Ascension by Robert W. Smith. I played that piece every single year I was in one ensemble, Car. And I was in one ensemble for 3 years. it got to a point, bro. I just had
were.
right mess.
Let's not talk about that no more, yo.
I mean, let's be real, y'all. Like, we just went on a rant about how excellent Norfolk's marching band is. I don't know what they're doing now. I have no idea, so I can't speak to it. I'm just talking about my own experience when I was there. Wind ensemble was not. It was taken seriously, but we were not playing on level.
It
Like
got better though.
it did when
It got better after you left.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah,
I know Dr. Zachary took it over for a while, and they went to like Detroit, and I heard they knocked it out the park, man. So,
Dr. Sanford was still over it that year that we went to Detroit. But I mean, to be quite honest, we were still kind of playing the same music. I think I forgot what we played that year. I think we still played Posre Double.
Okay. Power Doble? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just call it Posre Double. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I do agree with Tay. It did get better.
Yeah.
But here was a problem that happened with us, Tay, and I don't know if you remember this. That year that we ended up going to Detroit was a heck of a year. And we, as the musicians, thought we were going on the up and up. And we were like, yeah, we couldn't wait for a wind ensemble next year. But then we got smitted with Honda. And Honda got in the way of the wind ensemble. So instead of in that spring semester practicing with the wind ensemble, we were practicing for Honda.
So, Kara, this is what we deal with at HBCUs. While other schools are advancing the wind ensemble, playing literature that was written within the last, 20 years, we were playing Power Doble, which is a transcription of an orchestral piece, and Ascension. That's what we were doing. And then when Honda came up, that was more important than what you were actually in school to get a degree for. So that's why this show is important. It's because we're saying that in addition to putting all this effort into marching band, understand that your students, that's a very small part of their life. When they leave your school with a music degree, they're going to have to be able to produce. Most students don't even know how to get music, like where to find it, how to look in catalogs, or like in the state of Virginia, for instance, which is where I taught public school. The state provides you with a list of appropriate of songs that you're allowed to perform, like on contests. So if a song's not on that list, you can't do it.
Y'all call it the PML as well?
No, they called it the standards of learning, SOLs.
Okay. Yeah. So Texas, we call it
music list, baby.
prescribed music list.
Yes, sir.
You got to know that.
And honestly, we've been having issues with the PML anyway, because in most cases
still call it that.
They don't update the music. They don't put a lot of these new composers in the PML. And there's been a lot of complaints about that.
And then another thing they do is if it was like a certain amount of time that it's been on the list, they'll remove it. And so people was like, you shouldn't be removing anything, just add,
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. I was programming my UIL, and my kids, we had started the date where we could start rehearsing it, and we started rehearsing it. And then one day I went to look because I was about to enter it into the concert and sight reading, and I didn't see it on there. And I was like, yo, this was on here last year. I looked it up last year, bro, and it was not there, bro. When I tell you my kids were hurt, because they were prepared, bro.
Look at it from this damn. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Tay.
Two of the three have to be from the prescribed music list. You can do a march that's not on there, but the other two got to be on the list. Yeah.
Like, only place you can go and still hear David Holsinger is an HBCU. Because of some of the controversial shit he has said on social media, that especially when Trump was running, because he's an avid Trump supporter. But B, that music's old, y'all, and it's not relevant to what is happening in wind ensemble in this day and age. All that mixed meter stuff is cool. Maybe you want to pull the Tameless Perilous Skies out, or some of his more interesting pieces, but that's the only place. Like, there's a lot of things happening that we are being left behind on because people just aren't in the conversation or aren't trying to explore that literature. Like, I know everybody loves John Mackey, You know, I would love to hear Bethune Cookman play some Maslanka.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't even know who David Maslanka was until I left Norfolk State. One of my friends on tour at the cadets told me who David Maslanka is.
I
And
didn't
that's
know who he
crazy.
was until you talked to me about him.
Yeah. Like, bro, we did not talk about that stuff. Like,
You
no,
talking about
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not.
David Manslaughter that passed away?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did a percussion piece called My Lady White on 3-part piece. That's what I did for my recital.
Like, Give Us This Day by Omar Thomas, or you know,
Coach.
it's so much. I mean, by Maslanka, Omar has some great pieces too. But like, there's so much literature out there, y'all. That
Omar Thomas, that's the young man. No, I can't say young man, but from JMU.
yeah, like Omar, I've known Omar since '99. He's a good dude and very talented. Why
Very.
aren't HBCUs doing his music?
But that's the thing though. It's like we have accepted, and it's unfortunate, the status quo. To some of them are not even pushing themselves.
Right.
And I don't know if it's burnout. And like I said, I can't. Some of their point of views I can't speak from it because I haven't been blessed to be on that level yet. But it's like we have to get to the point where it's like you got to push the envelope for the students of the future. And those education courses, like I know for one of my courses for my grad school, they was like, hey, we need you to create a PML list for whatever said group. So I was teaching middle school. So I literally had to do all the grade 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s for all middle school and put them in alphabetical order and put them on an Excel spreadsheet and then literally analyze every single one of them from start to finish.
But Quan, that ain't the reason why these schools ain't doing it, bro. I just want to be real with you.
Mhm.
In order to play music that's on level, you have to have exceptional woodwinds, including oboe and bassoon, which most HBCUs don't
Don't
have.
have.
Right.
And you have to have a stellar horn section. And we all know how bad some of these French horn players are that play mellophone in some of these marching bands.
Right.
It's actually pretty insulting. So in order to play that literature, those sections have to be exceptional. Most of these powerhouse marching bands have no woodwinds. They have 12 woodwinds in a 300-piece band. And those 12 woodwinds probably, like the good woodwinds aren't saying, I want to go to some of these schools. I actually want to play some stuff and be heard.
Right.
You know, so I think that it's a bigger question that it's answered just by simple, instrumentation. In order to play Maslanka, you have to have 4 exceptional horns, not people that can put their horn on the face playing it with a trumpet embouchure.
Trumpet embouchure,
Right.
playing mellophone with a trumpet mouthpiece,
Right.
not a mellophone mouthpiece. Yeah.
You have to have double reeds.
And there's a difference between the trumpet embouchure and the French horn embouchure. There's a complete difference. You know,
So,
a lot of people try to approach it like it's like you playing trumpet tight. Don't do that.
Nah, go ahead.
I mean, it's the truth, dog. Like, these are the things, like, I always wondered why when bands go out to recruit, I know you got to get your numbers up. I get that part. But why aren't you recruiting to also staff those ensembles that you say are important? So if you have like a killer oboe player, I think that person should get more money than a killer mellophone player.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you go to a school, and you got a concert percussionist that can play marimba, xylophone, everything under the sun, can play whatever you want. That person deserves an amazing scholarship rather than the dude that can just play a double G and can't even do it with a good tone. But that dude with the double G gonna get more money than anybody because we gotta have screamers in the marching band. Like,
so you just saying basically overall just our priorities messed up.
Yeah, that's plain and simple. Plain and simple.
But that's why we're the minority. Like that's why in regards of music of HBCU band culture, we're the minority. Like you were saying, that example of, in my opinion, my favorite warm-up regimen to listen to is FAMU. Period. They go from, and people think they're just singing total praise just to sing. but they're singing their parts. If you listen to the E flat warm up, they sing their parts. They practice blend and balance, because if you're singing louder than the counter melody and you have to like it's methods to the madness. And so the bottom line for me is we have to do better. We're just overall checking our priorities though.
But see, here's the thing. This the thing, Quan. In my opinion, and I'm gonna say it again because everybody thinks I'm a Southern hater. I'm not a Southern hater.
Mm-hmm.
I think Southern has plateaued in what they do with what they do well. The next level for a band like Southern is to truly talk about intonation. And I'm not talking about just being able to play a concert F in tune. I'm talking about the next level. All right, their directors write a B flat major chord, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I have a B flat major chord, the next step for Southern is, okay, guys, we know that this is a B flat major chord. So for all you guys that are playing the third of that chord, we know that if, depending on what their intonation, methods are at the school, we're either doing just intonation or equal temperament.
Mm-hmm.
So if you believe in equal temperament, then that third needs to be straight up and down. All right, you need to be able to play that D in tune perfectly. All right. If they're using just intonation, they say, okay, guys, in just intonation, we know that note needs to come down at least 14 cents, like right at 14 cents.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the fifth needs to be raised 2 cents, which is essentially just playing the fifth straight up and down on a tuner, but maybe just like slightly above pitch.
Yeah.
Band directors aren't talking about that at HBCUs at all.
Right.
So it takes work, Quan, and that's why I think that FAM video stuck out to me so much. It's clear that Shelby Chipman and his staff, when working that piece, said, okay, guys, let's talk about intonation for a second. And those students know exactly what their responsibilities are. Secondly, their wind ensemble is exceptional. So those students already know how to play in tune. And the third part of it is this, and this is so atrocious at HBCUs in particular, and it's mostly because of budget. Your private lesson studios, y'all, is the key to having a successful band program. It is essential. If you don't have a good private lesson studio, it's going to be next to impossible for you to have an exceptional wind ensemble. Why? Because your students learn how to play with characteristic sounds in the studio. It's not your job to be rehearsing characteristic sound from a person-to-person standpoint in rehearsal. Rehearsal is the time to rehearse.
Right. Right.
So, rehearsal to rehearse
the music.
Rehear what you've already practiced. And man, go ahead.
Very few HBCUs have rehearsals.
But we can even take it a step farther. Strategies on teaching students how to practice, because properly teaching them how to practice will then eventually, if they're a music major, they can teach their students how to practice. Most honestly, a lot of people really don't know how to practice effectively. If you practicing, I never forget a person told Prof Jones told me, he was like, hey, if you practice in 15 minutes, you should stop and be like, okay, what's the difference? And did I achieve in that 15-minute interval? He was like, if you practice in 8 hours and you can't even remember the techniques and the fundamentals, bro, you practicing wrong. A lot of people practice wrong, Doc.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
But that's what you learn in your private lessons, or that's what you're supposed to learn in your private lessons. Right. How to practice. Dr. Zachary would have us literally play one measure over and over until the articulation was right, the intonation was right, the sound, like the overall approach, the musicality of a phrase. Like phrasing is another thing.
Dog, we're not gonna talk about them Dr. Zachary sessions, bro.
Dog,
because I remember he had us. Remember when he had us doing that G for like 20 minutes?
Oh, the whisper tone.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah. I use the whisper tone to teach playing high. It works.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Well, you teach me what's a whisper tone. Tell me now.
I was just about to ask, like, yo, what's that, dog?
The whisper tone is a Cat Anderson technique. Cat Anderson was Duke Ellington's lead trumpet player. And Cat Anderson has a book, y'all, that it's designed to teach people how to play in the upper register
I
effortlessly.
still got that book.
Yep. So the whisper tone is a barely audible concert F
Mm-hmm.
that is you close the teeth and you don't worry about vowel shape, you just worry about buzz and effortless air. So you close the teeth and you let the lips do the work only. And when done right, you only get like the whisper of a G, but you can still hear the pitch. Like I haven't played in a while. I don't know if I can even do it right now.
Nobody asked you to play though.
All right, but it's like you barely play, you barely get an audible G. So, and what it does is you do that for 20 minutes.
20
and the
minutes.
whole purpose behind the exercise is building strength and muscle here in the chops.
That
That's
and
all.
then there's the flexibility with all of that.
Yeah.
Keeping your dynamic. What is it? Dynamics about like a piano.
Piano. Everything's at piano.
And
Yep.
you playing all these different flexibilities, man. Nah, your corners will be burning, bro. But I guarantee you, man, it helps, man. I
Y'all want to hear
definitely
Cat
guarantee
Anderson.
it helps.
Cat Anderson
Somebody
is
said
the
explain it.
best screamer of all time, bro.
I wanted to be Cat Anderson, bro. Like that's who I was aiming for, dogs, to be that cold. And once I got into teaching, it was tight because I stopped practicing the way I needed to, dog. It took my whole practice time away. But yeah, most definitely. Bruh, it's Thanksgiving. Well, it's Thanksgiving for Dante and
Happy
Rick.
birthday, Quan.
Appreciate
It
it.
ain't his birthday yet. It's
Birthday, dog.
11:39.
No, that's 12:39 here on the East Coast.
Well, we ain't there yet. He wasn't born on the East Coast. He was born in the South, bitch. So it's 11:39. But nah, man. It's getting that time. We got Thanksgiving in the morning. I want to eat good tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta cook too.
And so yeah, most definitely happy birthday to you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Even though it ain't your birthday yet. Tay, once again, appreciate you coming through.
Nice meeting you, bro.
I appreciate it. Yeah, nice meeting you too, man.
Nice meeting
Definitely
you.
got to get you in here, man. We gotta have a drum show, man. Quan, me and you talk it up, man. We'll see if we can have a percussion show, man. Get Teddy in here and get some.
I'm gonna see if I can get my frat brother Lawrence on here so we can have some representation on that show.
Cool, and we'll get Dr. Lamar Lawhorn on here too. He's a Sigma, so.
Oh, yes. But yeah, man, we can well, we definitely can have a conversation with all that, bro. Matter of fact, hey, before you all leave, man, hang around real quick. I meant to ask this question when we started the after party, but I didn't get a chance to ask the question, so I'll ask it once we log off. Anyway, man, I appreciate everybody hanging with us, man. All of you guys who clicked that like button. Y'all hung in there for a while. Smash Time, I see you still hanging with us, man. Appreciate you coming through, man. Appreciate the support. Man, y'all, if y'all are still on and y'all have never checked out Smash Time, go check out his page on Instagram and YouTube. So, man, once again, appreciate everybody joining us. We will see you guys next week. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Eat good, and we out.